All right.
Mm-hmm. I got everything
Test,
on, brother.
test. That's better. Hello, test, 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 test. That's good.
Let's move this out so I can capture a little bit better announcements.
All right, everybody gather around. We're going to go ahead and get things kicked off. First things first, we're going to do a roll call. So please sing out when you hear your name. If you don't hear your name, come see me. Youth Division. Deadeye Rosie. Dead on Daisy. Alkaloo Kid. Cobra Kid. Iron Sights. Ladies. Archangel. Billy Sue. Dixie Gal. Hummingbird. Lady Bacon. Ladybug. Lone Horse. Maggie Joe. She's here. Mama Sass. Miss Shotwell. She's running around here somewhere. Pammy Oakley. Short Spur. Slowpoke. Troubleshooting. Men's. Anarchy. Ark. Bonsai Buckaroo. Buffalo Joe. Catfish. Charles City Kid. Cherokee Bill. Chuck Wagon. Concho Jim. Cooter. Corinda. Creekside. Cutter. Diamondback Dave. Dusty Bullets. Flying B. G.W. Sellinger. German Cowboy. Gray Ghost. Grim. Hateful. Hondo Lane. Hoot Gibson. J.D. Derringer. J.D. Derringer. Johnny James. Just Rock. He's here. He doesn't have his hearing aids in. Long Ranger. Marshall Rock Quigley. Mindy. Fiddler. Red River. Ringo. Run, Fat Man, Run. Sergeant Mac. Shane. Shenandoah. Shots Fired. Skagway Sam. Smoking Gun. Snake Plissken. Sour Mash Kid. Spanky. Stevie Thunder. Six Killer. Smoke Wagon Kid. Tin Can Jack. Toothpick. Virginia Ranger. Willie Be Fast. Is that everybody? All right. Now, back to the whole hearing aid thing. Somebody left their hearing aids on the range yesterday. Is anybody missing a set of hearing aids? I'm serious. If you can't hear me, I'm gonna raffle them off, and we're gonna make some money. Raise your hand. I called you.
I'm still.
Oh, they're yours? There you go. Okay.
Any answers on what straight to be good? Draw it.
We're good. All right, draw it.
No worries.
All right, everybody rise and remove cover for the playing of our national anthem.
Yeah.
Where's Al Kalu kid? I know he's here. He got up and he started working me to death already this morning. You go lead us in the pledge? All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah.
Didn't he do such a great job?
Yeah.
Lion B, you coming up here to give the blessing? Can you pray for some sunshine, please? No. Everybody wants to shoot in the rain.
Lord, we thank you for this day and each and every day that you give us. We thank you for everyone here and the safe travels brought us all here. We thank you for your amazing love, Lord, that we don't have to do anything to receive, and there's nothing we can do to lose. We ask that you bless this day. We all have a safe, fun, and amazing day today. We ask that you bless this nation, its leaders, and their decisions. And we ask that at the end of the day, the end of the match, the end of the weekend, we remember to give you the thanks and the glory. In your name we pray. Amen. Cowboy Church will be right here somewhere tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Sunday morning, 8 o'clock.
That is tomorrow. Yes, you are correct. Welcome to the 2025 Virginia State Championship. Thank you so very much for being here. No, I did not. I'm trying, but it keeps wanting to whistle. How about now? Is that better? Okay, good. All right. First and foremost, today is a 4X match. We are going to try to get 8 rounds in today as fast as we can. That way everybody has enough time to go get all primed up and get ready for the banquet. The banquet is at the Moose Lodge over on 460. It's only 4 miles from here. If you need directions or anything like that, please let me know. My work crew. I've had such a fantastic crew this week. Last night, I had about 13 of us in Shenandoah's kitchen, and we were putting all these red shooter bags together. So everybody that was there last night, thank you so much. Holster check and gun check, Flying Bee and German Cowboy, thank you so much for all of that. Registration, Billy Sue and Miss Shotwell. Of course, I couldn't do it without my assistant match director, Shenandoah. Head range master is Long Ranger. And then for the arbitration committee today, we have Shane, Willie B. Fast, and Flying B. Also, we have our new territorial governor, Ringo, and our regulator, Spanky, Smoking Gun, and Slowpoke. Again, smoking area is over in front of the trailer. You'll see the table with the coffee cans on top of it. It's got sand in it. That is the designated smoking area, please. Since this is Shenandoah's property, we don't want cigarette butts everywhere. Restrooms. I think everybody has done pretty well with the restrooms, so keep going as we are there. Parking. Again, handicapped is across the way. All the way down as much as you can get parked there. Regular parking is over here. Over by the cones is just a drop-off, loading or unloading area. Name tags, all the name tags. If there's anybody that showed up today that does not have a name tag, see Flying B. He made all of the name tags that we have here, and he did a fantastic job. So, B, thank you so much. I've been asked to make an announcement. Red River, where you at? If you want to see the coolest bullet loader you've ever seen, he has designed and come up with a 50 bullet press. He loads 50 at a time. Takes about 5 minutes to load 50 bullets. So if you're interested in that, please go see him. I want to recognize last year's state finalists. So for the youth, it was Bonsai Buckaroo. For the ladies, it was Slowpoke. And for the men's was Mississippi Kid. So 2 of them are here. Well, Bonsai's moved up to men. So Slowpoke is the only one trying to keep her title from last year. Also, dry fire area is behind Range A. Even though it's raining, that is still the dry fire area. It's just run dry. Yeah, that's right. Please, I want to remind everybody, it'll be brought up in the safety meeting, that there is no coaching. I don't care if it's telling them to relax. Don't tell them to do anything. The only thing you can do is check for hits and misses and tell them where they're hitting or missing. Other than that, you can't coach. What's that? Yes. Not allowed at all. Exactly. Also, we have a lot of new shooters. There's a lot of first-timers that have never been to a state match before this week. Thank you so much for coming. We're glad that you're here. One quick announcement. Please be checking your X counts. If you're sitting there waiting to be called for a round and you haven't heard anything, you need to head to the scoring shack like immediately. Please check your X counts before you head to the line so that they can pull it. All right? Once the shot is fired for that round, that's it. There's no change in it. So please, please, please be checking your X counts on that board. Also, I was just told that youth and ladies will both be shooting on range B. Men, pay attention because you're going to be bouncing back and forth again between A and B. Also, we have 2 birthdays today. Apparently, Mama Lucy and Snake Plissken's birthday is today. That is all the announcements I have. Shane, do you want to get up here and talk about Kentucky very briefly? And then Sour Mash, do you want to do the same for Nationals?
Good morning, everybody. Shane here from the Bluegrass Pastoral Club in Kentucky. I'd just like to invite all of you down in September for our 11th annual state Kentucky Championship. It'll be the September the 4th through the 7th in Beaver Dam, Kentucky. We've got a great venue there at the amphitheater right there in Beaver Dam. They have a few camping places there now if anybody comes in a camper. But we are short on motel rooms in the county. We only have 2 motels. So if you want to try to stay at one of them, you need to call them soon. But there is a couple other towns about 20 miles away, Central City, that has some real nice hotels. And then Orangeburg, Kentucky, they have quite a few. So I'd like to see a bunch of you guys there in Kentucky in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane.
Hey, Sour Mash Kid here, Marshall, Single Action Response out of Florida. Just want to remind everybody we're going to be hosting the Florida State Championship and first time U.S. Nationals on the East Coast. It's going to be February 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Registration forms, we just did the final editing on that this weekend. That'll be into CFDA when we get back to Florida from here. Hotels, there's 1,000 of them if there's one. You just got to kind of shop it. If you got a group of you, your best bet is check into Airbnbs. Because if you got a group of you coming together, it's a heck of a lot better deal. There's one hotel I wouldn't recommend. That's the one closest to the fairgrounds down there. It's the cheapest, and if you stay there, you'll know why. But we have camping on site, water and electric. It's $30 a night. There is a dump station on the fairgrounds. I rent the county fairgrounds for this event. And it's outside, but we're underneath the covered rodeo arena. We'll have minimum 4 ranges set up, possibly a 5th, depending on the number of people we expect. Once the registration forms come out, and if nothing else, you can find me, my information, email, and all that stuff's in there. If you're planning on coming, I'm not asking anybody to dedicate that, yeah, I'm going to be there. But I would like to start getting a count, so I got a general idea how many people, mainly for the banquet, the area I have to rent for that. And for any youth and Billy the Kid and Annie Oakley stuff. So I make sure that I've got awards for them. It's hard to have awards when you don't say nothing until a week or 2 before the match. But other than that, hope to see y'all in Florida in February. It's a good time. All you snowbirds, so you can come down there and get away from the cold for a little bit. Fight some mosquitoes.
All right, Diamondback Dave, are you ready for a safety meeting? Also, you'll see there's quite a few people running around with these red armbands. Red armbands are range masters. So if you don't have a red armband, we ask that only the ones that are on or that have the red armbands be range masters, if you don't mind. Also, Long Ranger is doing a real quick range master meeting right here, announcer's table, right after the safety meeting.
What?
Good morning. Okay, just being here
is not being a part of the safety meeting. You need to pay attention, please, and be quiet. Spirit of the game, safety first, fun second, competition third. Settling disputes. All shooters hereby agree that they understand, accept, and will compete under all rules and regulations stated in the latest edition of the Gunslinger Rules, Guidelines, and Handbook. Any issues must be settled before the next shot is fired on that target pair. Arbitration committee, which has been announced, may be called on to settle a dispute according to CFDA guidelines. Safety topics. All registered shooters and officials are safety officers in all contest areas and ranges. Everyone on the range must wear eye protection. Ear protection is mandatory for youth shooters. No one on the range but match officials, shooters, range officers, and other authorized people, such as parent and guardians when youth are shooting, and media, which will be supervised by the range master. Please do not encroach on another shooter's lane. 5 places the gun may be out of your holster: on the firing line, in the dry fire area, which is behind the tent that I'm standing in front of, at the cleaning table plus 2 more, removing and replacing in your gun bag, equipment inspection, removing and replacing between your holster and gun case while keeping the muzzle pointed down, and at the equipment inspection table. Note, muzzles must be kept pointed in safe direction at all times when guns are unholstered. Major safety violations. Always keep firearms pointed in a safe direction, loaded or not anywhere. Warning, this applies to the cleaning tables except when the cylinder is removed. Loading or unloading ammunition anywhere other than the firing line. A laser cartridge is exempt from that. No live 45 long Colt ammunition is allowed anywhere in the contest area. Alcohol consumption or being under the influence is strictly prohibited in a contest area. Basic range procedures. Loading and unloading is done only on the firing line. Shooter may not unholster their gun until load and make ready command has been given by the range master. Downrange command. Make sure all guns are holstered and stay holstered. Freeze command. Just freeze. Stop what you are doing. And the 170 rule. The muzzle of any firearm must always be pointed straight down range, plus or minus 85 degrees, whenever it is unholstered, loaded or not. 45 degrees is recommended. Removing a broken gun from the firing line. A gun that becomes inoperable and cannot be unloaded on the firing line may be removed from the firing line to a safe area by authorized match personnel. Bringing a backup gun to the line. If a backup gun is needed, it must be brought to the line holstered or encased and must be inspected during the equipment check. Challenging a round. A potentially defective round can only be challenged by the shooter if their opponent has hit the target. Inspecting ammo. It is the shooter's responsibility to check for visible defects of host supplied ammo before placing it in their guns. For example, high or backward primers, deformed casings, and other things like that. There is no alibis for visibly defective ammunition. Retrieving a dropped gun, to be done only by the range master, not the shooter or the hand judge. Fanning. If fanning or operating the hammer with the offhand, including recovery shots, the hand may not be moved in front of the body after the set command and before the start light comes on. Anticipation. A nervous or shaking hand or body movement without moving the gun in the holster or activating the hammer is a no call. Rocking the hammer or moving the gun in the holster after the set command is a procedural violation resulting in loss of shot. Time limit on a hit. There is a 1.250 time limit to record a winning hit in men's and ladies division entitled championships. Technical Rule 17. Discharging the gun with the muzzle behind the front cut of the holster, not allowed. No smoking on the range or score tables. Hosts have the authority to declare smoking in non-smoking areas. Hand judges. The next shooter on the line will serve as the hand judge for the shooter on the lane preceding them. Hand judges have four main functions. Assist the shooter in loading and unloading, but not to the level of coaching entitled championships. Watch for technical, procedural, and safety violations on the firing line. Watch and verify hits and misses on both targets in the bout you are judging. Watch the muzzle of the gun to make sure it is in front of the front cut of the holster pouch. Hand judge procedures. The hand judge will hand the ammo to the shooter. The hand judge should sit down to indicate to the range master that their shooter is ready. The hand judge should stand up and raise their hand if there is an issue. Communicate issues with the range master, not the announcer. Both hand judges will go downrange with the range master when checking targets for hits and misses. Please keep hands 12 inches from target when inspecting for hits, so as not to falsely mark the grease on the target. The hand judge must verify that all chambers of the gun are empty without breaking the 170 rule before the shooter is allowed to leave the firing line. Target tenders. If the host hasn't provided target tenders, we ask that the shooters on two opposite lanes to go downrange and grease the targets once the range master has cleared the range. There should be only a very thin coat of grease on the lens. Cleaning tables. Cleaning tables, please don't leave bags on tables. Small amount of cleaning gear on table is okay. Finally, only match officials are allowed in the scoring area. If any competitor has scoring issue, please bring it to the attention of the match director or chief range master. Any question? Any comments? Where'd it? All right, shooters, good luck. Round one is posted. Let's go. Rock.
What? What?
Sir. All right, range A, round one for the men. Shooting, I need Skagway Sam on 1, Smoke Wagon Kid on 2, Red River on 3, Shane, you're on 4, Buffalo Joe, you're on 5, and Gray Ghost is sitting on lane number 6. Again, that's the shooter, Skagway Sam on 1, Smoke Wagon Kid on 2, Red River's on 3 with Shane on 4, Buffalo Joe's on 5, and Gray Ghost is on 6. Hand judging, I need G.W. Sellinger on 1. Run Fat Man Run on 2. Shenandoah is on 3. Anarchy's on 4. Ringo, you're on 5, and Piddler's on 6. Those are the hand judges.
What is this? Thank you.
Virginia Ranger has the range.
So we need a scorekeeper.
Can I get a scorekeeper or an announcer, please?
Yeah. I need it. Are you coming? Okay. Do you want to announce or?
Yeah, I better announce.
Okay.
I don't want to screw up the road stuff.
I would recommend let's do a test.
Okay.
So,
All right, Cowboys, we're going to run a quick test light.
everybody good?
Check through here, make sure I'm on this range.
I'll look.
I gotta wait before they get me up there anyway. But
Yes, you are. You put your way back down.
perfect. I can just hang out here for a while.
Yeah. Like we could.
Load to make ready command has been given.
I'm going down
Yeah,
today.
I'm falling over or something.
I didn't feel that yesterday.
Sat in the outhouse and felt just like the range.
A what?
They're missing an empty bucket on for spot lamb.
Oh boy, oh boy.
I don't know. Mindy, do we have another stock bucket? Talk, Virginia Rebel Ranger. And I'm gonna be a mama and say,
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
That's why I put them around my neck because I got tired of walking back over there to get it.
Yeah.
So at least they're close. It's funny because when you don't wear glasses in your life, it's
Yeah.
so hard to remember to put them.
I've worn glasses for a long time, and I had cataract surgery in October.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
And it lasted 6 months.
We got nothing on 1 and 2. We got a 995 on 3 with nothing on 4. We got a 613 on 5, nothing on 6.
Let's see the mic.
Fellas, I forgot to mention, if you hit in the light, I've got a Wells Fargo bag here in my hand full of 50-cent pieces. So I got a whole bunch of $50 in here. So if you wind up hitting in the light, come see me. Oh, I was hoping he's going to let me hold him. He done took him with him.
I got one bag. I got to split it.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. And we got nothing until we get to 5 with a 594. Beaten by the 399 on 6.
He's getting rained on.
That's going to be trouble, yeah.
Line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 or 2. We got a lonely gunfighter on 3 with a 999. Early scores are 0 to 0, 2 to 0, 1 to 1.
go ahead and run.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 3 with a 5:58 on 4. Nothing on 5 and 6. Okay, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 991 on 3, beaten by the 541 on 4. Full hit on 4. We have no hit on 4. Nothing on 5 and 6. That's shot and wind to Red River. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 with a 437 on 2. Nothing on 5 and 6. Scores are now not to 1, 1 to 1. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 551 on 1, beaten by the 491 on 2. We got a 611 on 5, beaten by the 397 on 6. Scores are now not to 2, 1 to 2. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 547 on 1 with nothing on 2, making that score 1 to 2. Nothing on 5 and 6. We got a hand up on 2. Should be 2 hits on 1.
Down right.
I only see one. All you need is a scotch. Hey, I almost got a bullseye.
No hit on 1.
Okay.
No hit on 1. So the score remains not to 2.
Ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 514 on 1 with nothing on 2. Now it's back to 1 to 2. We got a 621 on 5 with nothing on 6. Tying that score up 2 to 2. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 648 on 5 and nothing on 6. That's shot and wind to Buffalo Joe. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
We got a 529 on 1, beaten by the 465 on 2. That's shot and win to the Smoke Wagon Kid.
Here's your hand judges.
All right, hand judges coming to the line. Is Shots Fired on 1, Sky Killer on 2, Mendy on 3, Concho Jim on 4, Marshall Rock Quigley on 5, and Bonsai Buckaroo on 6. What? Did I say it right? Did I say it right?
Hi, baby.
Did I say 6 again?
What is it? Sky Killer?
Yeah, it's 6.
It's 6.
Did I say 6 or did I say Scott? Did I really? JD Killer. I'm gonna start calling you JD Killer. That's what I'm gonna call you. Slipcock 6 Killer. Where'd that come from? It's sex killer. We're live. I gotta keep it clean. You're a bad influence, Mama. You're gonna get me in trouble. Hand judges, shots fired on 1, 6 Killer on 2, Mendy on 3, Concho Jim on 4, Marshall Rock Quigley on 5, and Bonsai Buckaroo on 6.
Sorry.
Don't get me in trouble, Mama.
It's already damn right. Come on, buddy.
Yes, sir. Test light coming. You look like a state trooper up there, Creekside. Creekside has your range.
Yeah, I have hand judges. I have shooters. Load and make ready.
Load and make ready command has been given. Hand judge on 5s.
Marshall Rock.
Marshall Rock. Marshall Rock. Marshall Rock. Lane 5. We're looking for Quigley. All right, we got a sub right. We got a sub sitting in.
Well, there's his light.
Here we go, friends. My hand judges are down. My line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1, 2, and 3. We got a 686 on 4. Nothing on 5 with a 996 on 6.
Here we go, Cowboys. My hand judges are down. My line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here comes your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 or 2 with a 406 on 3. Nothing on 4 or 5 with an 813 on 6. Early scores are not to not, 1 to 1, not to 2.
Hand judges are down. Line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 through 4. We got a 542 on 5, beating the 847 on 6, making that score 1 to 2.
Down. Line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1. We got a 384 on 2. We got a 390 on 3 with nothing on 4. We got nothing on 5 with an 871 on 6. That's shot and round to Piddler.
I'm in 6 screens. This line is for 1, 2, 3, and 4 only. My hand judges are down. My line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 466 on 1 with nothing on 2. We got a 373 on 3 with nothing on 4. Shot and win to Shenandoah.
This line is for 1 and 2 only. My hand judges are down. My line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 493 on 1, beaten by the 369 on 2. Making that score 1-2.
Hand judges are down. The line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got a 424 on 1 with nothing on 2. Making that a gunfight. Tied up 2-2. One of these Cowboys are going to walk off the line a little bit different than the other one.
Here we go, Cowboys. Hand judges are down. Line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
I was going to ask you to run this for your one.
The line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
Oh,
We got a 458 on 1, beaten by the 403 on 2. That is shot and round to run, fat man, run.
Hands out guns. 1 and 6.
Kind of wishing he'd run his way all the way back home. That's talent. All right, hand judges come to the line. Range A, Spanky on 1. Stevie Thunder on 2. Hondo Lane on 3. Hateful on 4. Corinda on 5. And Ark on 6. That's Spanky on 1. Stevie Thunder on 2. Hondo Lane on 3. Hateful on 4. Corinda on 5. And Ark on 6.
and then after that, we're going to need an announcer or a sport.
Okay, in the hole on range A is Just Rock on 1, Toothpick on 2, Creekside on 3, Chuck Wagon on 4, JD Derringer on 5, and Catfish on 6. So we're going to need a scorekeeper or an announcer after this round.
Here we go, gunfighters. I have hand judges. I have gunfighters. Load and make ready.
Load and make ready command has been given.
Yeah, you're definitely.
I can announce like one round.
You're in the hole after the hole.
Yeah, but
I
Get-
announce like one.
get your mind in the game. Yeah, do that. Yeah. Yeah. Evaluate it.
Yeah.
Creeps.
Here we go, gunfighters. My hand judges are down. My line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a lonely fighter down there on 4 with a 513. Too much smoke on 1.
Hand judges are down. My line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 629 on 1, nothing on 2. We got nothing on 3 with a 549 on 4. Nothing on 5 with a 615 on 6. Scores are 1 to not to 2, not to 1.
Line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got nothing on 1 or 2 with a 547 on 3. Nothing on 4 and 5 with a 692 on 6. Scores are now 1 to not, 1 to 2, not to 2.
Line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We'll just pretend that one didn't happen.
And the scorekeeper.
Scorekeeper has no idea what to do. She's bored. She's telling me bad stories in my ear.
Nuh-uh.
She's got some bad stories. She's a bad influence. She's going to get me in trouble.
Line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 through 4. We got a 628 on 5, beaten by the 615 on 6. That's shot and round to Bonsai Buckaroo.
5 and 6 3. Fighters for 1, 2, 3, 4 only. My hand judges are down. My line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got a 671 on 1. Nothing else across the board. Making that score 2 to 1. So scores are 2 to 1, 1 to 2. Or no, sorry, 2 not. 2 to not, 1 to 2.
Hand up. Hand up, done. Hand up. Down right. Confirm hit. Lane 1.
Okay.
Confirmed hit on 1.
Thank you.
We'll make a good note of that.
Use your weapon. Hand judges are down. Line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
Line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got a 668 on 1 with nothing on 2. That is shot and round to shots fired. Got a 471 on 3 and beating the 544 on 4.
1 and 2 3. This line is for 3 and 4 only. My hand judges are down.
We are tied up 2 to 2.
My line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Sounded like one shot. These little kids just shoot
Hand judges are down. Line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
Oh, that was a little wild.
Line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 3 with a 521 on 4. That's shot and win to Concho Jim.
Hands off, done. 1 and 6.
Okay, our hand judges come to the line. Just Rock on 1, Toothpick on 2, Creekside on 3, Chuck Wagon on 4, JD Derringer on 5, and Catfish on 6. Mendy has the range. In the hole, we have Long Ranger on 1, or Long Ranger, Cutter, Virginia Ranger, Snake Plissken, Smoking Gun, and Sergeant Mack. You're in the hole. We need an announcer or a scorekeeper.
It's been fun, sweetheart.
See you later.
See you in a little bit.
Good luck.
Good luck, man.
Yikes. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Hands off microphone. Creekside. Have you already shot? Okay. This is what we have. These are our shoes. They're already there. We've already got them.
Gotcha. Yes, ma'am. All right, we're doing the load and make ready. We got gunfighters on the line over here in the thing. One, we got Spanky. Lane 2 is Stevie Thunder. On 3, we got Hondo Lane. Number 4 is Hateful. Over there in 5 is Corinda, and number 6 is Ark.
Gentlemen, here we go. Our line's ready.
And our line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1, we got a 666. That's an evil number. Lane 2 is no hit. Lane 3, 455. Lane 4 is no hit. Lane 6 was no hit. Lane 5 was no hit. Lane 6 was a 652.
Line's ready.
And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2 is 635. Lane 3 is a 458. Lane 4 is a no hit. Lane 5 is a 657. Lane 6 is a no hit. It makes a score 1-1, 2-0, and 1-1. And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1, we got a 675. Lane 2 is a no hit. Lane 3 is a no hit. Lane 4 is a no hit. Lane 5 is a no hit. And lane 6, a 6-2-1. That makes the score 2-1, 2-0, and 1-2. And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2 is a 6-2-0. Lane 3 is a 4-5-1. Lane 4 is a no hit. Lane 5 and 6 are no hits. That makes that gives Hondo Lane the shot and win over there in lane 3. On lanes 1 and 2, it is tied up at 2-2, and on 5 and 6, it is 1-2. And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1, we got a 615. Lane 2 was a no-hit. That'll give shot and win around to Spanky over there in lane 1. Over there in 5 and 6, there was no hits. The score is still 1-2.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 1, 2, 5.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 5 was a 585. Lane 6 was a 602. That will make those gunfighters tied up at 2-2. Sudden victory.
Line is ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 5 was a no-hit. Lane 6 was a 6-2-3. That'll give shot and win around to Ark down there in lane 6.
Runner.
We need a runner. Hand judges coming up to the line. We need Long Ranger in lane 1. Cutter, lane 2. Virginia Ranger, lane 3. Snake Pliskin, lane 4. Smoking Gun, lane 5. And Sergeant Mack in lane 6. Again, your hand judges coming up to the line. A Long Ranger, lane 1. Cutter, lane 2. Virginia Ranger, lane 3. Snake Pliskin, lane 4. Smoking Gun, lane 5. And Sergeant Mack in lane 6. Those are your hand judges. Gunfighters in the hole are going to be Charles City Kid for lane 1, Grim for lane 2, Cooter for lane 3, and Cherokee Bill for lane 4. Those are your gunfighters in the hole. Our gunfighters on the line, we got Just Rock in lane 1, Toothpick in lane 2, Creekside in lane 3, Chuck Wagon in lane 4, J.D. Derringer over there in lane 5, and Catfish, lane 6. There's your load and make ready command, gunfighters.
You're the one that told me, don't recall these, because they should already be there as hand judges.
Exactly. Yep. You're on it.
Also, this one I heard music.
You did hear Peter. So don't run off.
Down, my line is ready.
And our line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1 is a no-hit. Lane 2 is a 4.59. Lane 3 is a no-hit. Lane 4 is a 6.54. Lane 5 is a 4.37. Lane 6 is a no-hit. Line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1, we got a 5.01. Lane 2 is a 4.41. Lanes 3 and 4 were no hits. Lane 5 was a no hit. Lane 6 is a 5.53. That makes the score 1-2, 0-1, and 1-1.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 were no hits. Lane 4 with a 6.83. Lane 5 was a no hit. Lane 6 was a 5.88. That makes the score 0-2, 0-2, and 1-2.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1, we got a 5.18. Lane 2 is a no hit. Lane 3 is a no hit.
Got a pole hit on one.
Pole hit on 1. All right. Lane 4, we had a 6.88. Lane 5 was a no hit. Lane 6 was a 5.61. That'll give shot and win a round to Catfish down there on lane 6. Also shot and win a round to Chuck Wagon in lane 4. On 1 and 2, it is 0-2.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got no hits. Score is still 0-2.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1, we got a 6.15. Lane 2 is a no hit. That makes the score 1-2.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2 is a 4.29. That's going to give shot and win a round to Toothpick over there in lane 2.
Two volunteer hand judges.
All right, hand judges coming up to the line. We're going to need Charles City Kid for lane 1, Grimm for lane 2, Cooter for lane 3, Cherokee Bill for lane 4, and we need 2 volunteer hand judges. So as quick as we could get those volunteers up here, that would be great. Again, hand judges, Charles City Kid for lane 1, Grimm, lane 2, Cooter, lane 3, Cherokee Bill, 4, and then 2 volunteers for 5 and 6. Our gunfighters coming up on the line. We got Long Ranger over there in lane 1, Cutter, lane 2, Virginia Ranger, lane 3, Snake Plissken in lane 4, Smoking Gun in lane 5, and Sergeant Mack in lane 6. There's your load and make ready command, gunfighters. Our gunfighters would like, after you finish your rounds, if you could kind of stick around, we're going to need some hand judges for the next time, the next round.
All right, my line is ready.
Line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1, we got a 5.95. Lane 2, no hit. Lane 3 was a 5.56. Lane 4 was an 8.59. Lane 5 was a no hit. Lane 6 was a 7.81.
Line's ready.
And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 were no hits. Lane 4 was an 8.60. Lane 5 was a 5.36. Lane 6, no hit. That makes the score 1-0, 1-1, and 1-1.
Line's ready.
And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2 is a 6.00. Lane 3 is no hit. Lane 4 is an 8.57. Lane 5 is a no hit. Lane 6, 7.69. That makes the score 1-1, 1-2, and 1-2. And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 were no hits. Lane 4, we got an 8.41. Lane 5 is no hit. Lane 6, an 8.92. That'll give shot and win around to Snake Plissken over there in lane 4. And shot and win around to Sergeant Mack in lane 6. Meanwhile, on 1 and 2, the score is 1-1.
1 and 2, this line's for you.
The line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2 is a 4.62. That makes the score 1-2.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a 4.94. Beat out by a 4.56 in lane 2. That'll give shot and win a round to Cutter over there in lane 2. Good shooting, gentlemen. All right, we need a runner and we need some volunteer hand judges. We got all of them. We got 4 gunfighters coming up to the line. We need 4 hand judges.
Thank you, Hondo.
We got Charles City Kid in lane 1, Grimm in lane 2, Cooter in lane 3, Cherokee Bill down there in lane 4.
I'm watching.
Looks like we still need another hand judge. We're good? All right. We're going through this pretty quick.
All right, gentlemen, load and make ready.
There's your command to load and make ready, gentlemen.
Hand guns, sit down. My line is ready.
And our line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1, we got a 6.56. Lane 2 was a no hit. Lane 3, 6.18. Lane 4 was an 8.48.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got no hits. Score is 1-0 and 1-0.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits. Still 1-0. 1-0.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2 is a 4.06. Lanes 3 and 4 were no hits. That makes the score 1-1, 1-0.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1, 7.32. Lane 2 was no hit. Lane 3 was no hit. Lane 4 was a 9.06. That makes the score 2-1 and 1-1.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lanes 1 and 2 were no hits. Lane 3, we got a 6.29. Lane 4, we got an 8.83. That makes the score 2-1 and 2-1. Good shot.
That's right.
No.
6 to 8.
Yep. It's still 2-1 and 2-1.
Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1, you have a 5.75. Lane 2 is a 4.32. Lane 3 was a no hit. Lane 4 was an 8.91. That makes the score 2-2 and 2-2. Sudden victory, sudden death for all 4 gunfighters.
Line's ready.
And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lanes 1 and 2 were no hits. Lane 3, we got a 6.24. And lane 4, we got a no hit. So that should give shot and win a round to Cooter over there in lane 3.
3 and 4, 3, 1 and 2. It's like you.
The line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1 is a no hit. Lane 2 is a 4-3-0. That'll give shot and win around to Grim over there in lane 2. Good job, gunfighters. We'll be waiting on our next sheets.
I'll be right back.
I'll be back.
Oh, man.
I'll sit in for you and keep it warm for you. And when you're ready to come back, you just come and say, I'm back, Buffalo. Yeah, that kind of was great master, man. Holy crap. Yeah. Ohio fast truck? Oh. Oh. It looks great, man. Well, you had 3 up towards 10:30, 11 o'clock. And then you had 1 that went right over the top. You had 1 that went right. And then that last one was low. It was low about, yeah, not even. Not even. Yeah. You're not throwing a hip in it. I got on one.
All right, let's get the party started. We're going to have Tin Can Jack on lane 1, Dusty Bullets lane 2, Cherokee Bill lane 3, Willie B Fast 4, Sour Mash Kid lane 5, and Ringo in lane 6. Your hand judges on lane 1, Mindy, lane 2, Creekside, lane 3, Gray Ghost, lane 4, Skagway Sam, lane 5, Smoking Gun, lane 6 is Shane.
Just Rock's got the range.
Just Rock has got the range.
What is his name? Jewish Rock?
Just Rock.
Oh.
Huh?
You got a scorekeeper? We're in good shape over here.
Yeah, we were ready to roll.
You're just missing a few.
Just need the shooters. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Lane 2 is Dusty Bullets. Dusty. Here he comes.
He was dusting off his bullets.
Yep, that's right. He was just dusting his bullets off. You may be on lane B. Did you check which range you're on? Love make ready command has been given. Line's ready. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing but a lot of smoke. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. I heard some things there. So we got nothing on 1, a 861 on 2, nothing on 3, a 634 on 4, nothing on 5, and a 490 on 6. So all the even numbers got the winning shot. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing 1 through 5. We got a 450 on 6. Got a hand up. That's a pole hit. Never mind. Psych. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 519 on 1. Nothing again on 2 through 6. Taking it easy on Buffalo Joe over here. That's 1 to 1, not to 1, and not to 1. Line's ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1, a 911 on 2, a 967 on 3, not fast enough for the 718 on 4. Then we got a 447 on 5, nothing on 6.
445.
445. All right, line is ready. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1, a 873 on 2, a 916 on 3, nothing on 4, 5, or 6. Makes it 1-2. Shot and round to Dusty Bullets. We got 1-2 on 2 and 3, and 1-1 on 4 and 5. Line's ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got an 873 on 3, nothing on 4, nothing on 5 or 6. That ties it up to 2-2. Still 1 and 2 on 5 and 6. I mean 1 and 1. Sorry. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 958 on 3, but a 693 beats it out on 4. Nothing again on 5 and 6.
Shot around. Willie B. Fast.
Oh, that's shot and round to Willie B. Fast. Willie B. out of here. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 5, but a 503 on 6. Makes it 1-2. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Not to not on that shot. Line's ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a tie again.
Why couldn't I draw somebody like that?
Line's ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. There we go. We got a 439 on 5. 439 on 5. That makes it 2-2. Next blinking light's the winner. Shooter on the line. Shooters set. And lane 6 takes it with a 472. That's Ringo with the W. Your hand judges coming up. Long Ranger on 1, Charles City Kid on 2, Virginia Ranger on 3, Just Rock 4, Corinda 5. On 6 will be Hateful. Need a range master, please. Sour Mash has got it. All right, we're good. Might as well. Just Rock here on 4. We got Long Ranger on 1, Charles City Kid 2, Virginia Ranger 3, Just Rock 4, Corinda 5. Hateful is on 6. Love Make Ready command has been given.
need to put something.
We need some better seats. Hit your buttocks.
Well, they're leaning way back. If they were forward and square, it wouldn't be. Down, right, red.
Line is ready. Here come your commands, gentlemen. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got 502 on 1, nothing on 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 or 2. Nothing on 3. We got a 642 on 4. We got a 433 beating out the 573 on 6. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 and a 435 on 2. Nothing on 3 and a 513 on 4. Nothing on 5 and a 510 on 6. That makes it 1-1, not to 2, and 1-1. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 660 on 1, nothing on 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. That now makes it 2-1, not to 2, and 1-1. Line's ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 424 beating out the 529 on 4. We got nothing on 5 and a 513 on 6. That gives, nope, that makes it 2-1, 1-2, and now 1-2. Line's ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1 or 2. Nothing on 3. We got a 524 on 4. Gives shot and round to Skagway Sam. We got nothing on 5 and a 527 on 6, which gives shot and round to Shane. Line's ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 1. We got a 448 on 2. That ties it up 2-2. I can say this with all honesty. The next blinking light's the wiener. Line's ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing and nothing. Line's ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. And they tied again. Line's ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. I heard a ding. We got a winner. 610 on 1. Beats out the nothing on 2. Shot and round to Mindy.
Hands on gun. 1-6 down range. Full target.
All right. Your hand judges coming up. We'll need a runner for the score sheet, please. 6 Killer is on 1. GW Sellinger on 2. Anarchy 3. JD Derringer is on 4. Stevie Thunder 5. And Marshall Rock Quigley on 6. Again, your hand judges 6 Killer, GW, Anarchy, JD, Stevie, and Marshall Rock. We'll need a new announcer, and here he comes.
Let's get this roll. All on this sheet.
All right. Again, hand judges are going to be 6 Killer on 1, GW Sellinger on 2, Anarchy on 3, JD Derringer on 4, Stevie Thunder on 5, Marshall Rock Quigley on 6. Hand judges in the hole are going to be Diamondback Dave for 1, Johnny James in lane 2, Catfish for 3, Buffalo Joe in 4, the Smoke Wagon Kid in 5, and Run Fat Man Run in 6. Those are your hand judges in the hole.
Just Rock.
No.
JD Derringer.
JD Derringer. There you go. All right, gunfighters, there's your command to load and make ready.
All right, down. Line's ready.
Line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. We got a 6-2-3 on lane 1, and then no hits across the rest of the board.
Go. Line's ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. We got a 6-2-1 in lane 1, a 6-1-1 in 2, a 5-9-3 in 3, no hit on 4, no hit on 5, and a 9-6-9 down there on lane 6. That makes the score 1-1, 1-0, and 0-1. And our line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 are no hits. Then are on lane 4, we got a 5-2-9. On 5 and 6, no hits. That makes the score 1-1, 1-1, 0-1. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lanes 1 and 2 were no hits. Lane 3 was a 6-5-1. Lane 4 was a 5-6-8. Lane 5 was a 6-1-9. And lane 6 was a no hit. That makes the score 1-1, 1-2, and 1-1. Line's ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1 was a 5-9-5. Lane 2 was a 6-1-0. Lane 3 was a 5-7-4. Lane 4 was a 5-7-2. Lane 5 was a no-hit. Lane 6 was a 4-0-9. Looks like that's going to give shot and win around to Just Rock down there on lane 4. On 1 and 2, the score is 2-1. And on 5 and 6, it is 1-2.
Thanks, sweetheart.
Line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1 is a 5-7-9. Lane 2 is a 5-3-0. No hits down there on 5 and 6. That makes the score on 1 and 2, 2-2. And 5 and 6, it is 1-2. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2 is a 5-6-8. Lanes 5 and 6 were no hits. Looks like that's going to give shot and win a round to Charles City Kid down there on lane 2. On lanes 5 and 6, the score is 1-2. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 5, we got a 5-7-1. Lane 6, we got a 4-4-2. Looks like that's going to give shot and win a round to Hateful down there on lane 6. All right, there's your downrange command.
I'm told we got something over here for bullseyes, or if I gotta go see somebody else for bullseye. Not that I really care about a bullseye.
Think about that. Let me see the cheat.
We're going to need a scorekeeper.
Okay, I got 5, 1 and 9.
All right, hand judges coming up on the line. We're going to need Diamondback Dave in lane 1. Johnny James in lane 2. Catfish in lane 3. Buffalo Joe in lane 4. The Smoke Wagon Kid in lane 5. And Run Fat Man Run in lane 6. Again, your hand judges coming up to the line. Diamondback Dave, lane 1. Johnny James, lane 2. Catfish, lane 3. Buffalo Joe, lane 4. The Smoke Wagon Kid, lane 5. Run Fat Man Run in lane 6. Your gunfighters in the hole. Going to be Hondo Lane for lane 1. Arc, lane 2. Flying B, lane 3. German Cowboy, lane 4. Shots Fired, lane 5. Snake Plissken, lane 6. Those are your gunfighters in the hole.
You wrestled it.
Where's Buffalo Joe?
You are in lane 4, hand judging. All right, our gunfighters on the line. We got Six Killer in lane 1, GW Sellinger in lane 2, Anarchy in lane 3, JD Derringer down there in 4, Stevie Thunder in 5, and Marshall Rock Quigley in lane 6. There's your command to load and make ready, gentlemen. Our line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. We got a 3-6-8 down here on lane 1. A no hit on lane 2. 731 on lane 3. 419 on lane 4. No hit on 5. A 595 on 6. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. We got a 3-8-3 down here on lane 1. A no hit on lane 2. No hits on 3, 4, and 5. Lane 6, we got a 5-9-8. That makes the score 2-0, 0-1, and 0-2. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2 is a 4-1-4. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 was no hits. That makes the score up down there on 1 and 2, 2-1. On 3 and 4, it is 0-1. And on 5 and 6, it's still 0-2. And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hits, 1 through 5. Down there on lane 6, we got a 6-1-0. That's going to give shot and win a round of Marshall Rock Quigley down there on lane 6. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1 is no hit. Lane 2 is a 4-1-0. Lanes 3 and 4 were no hits. It ties the score up on 1 and 2 at 2-2. And then there on 3 and 4, it is still 0-1. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1, we got a 3-8-7 in lane 1. Lane 2 is a no hit. That's going to give shot and win a round, a 6-killer down there in lane 1. On lane 3, we got no hit. Lane 4, we got a 5-2-7. That makes the score down there on 3 and 4 0-2. What? All right. There's a downrange command. They're going downrange to check the questionable hit. No hit on lane 4. The score on 3 and 4 is still 1-1. I mean, 0-1. I'm sorry.
Line is ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 3 is a no hit. Lane 4 is a 4-3-5. Makes the score 0-2. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. We got a 5-9-0 down there on 3 and a 4-6-8 on 4. That'll give shot and win a round to J.D. Derringer down there on lane 4. All right, there's your downrange command, gunfighters. Hand judges coming up on the line. We need Hondo Lane for lane 1, Arc for lane 2, Flying B for lane 3, German Cowboy lane 4, Shots Fired lane 5, Snake Plissken in lane 6. Again, your hand judges coming up on the line. We need Hondo Lane in 1, Arc in 2, Flying B in 3, German Cowboy in 4, Shots Fired in 5, Snake Plissken in 6. Your hand judges, if we need a range master. We need to get a range master up here as soon as possible. Got one. Gotcha. Hand judges in the hole, going to be Bonsai Buckaroo in lane 1, Cooter for lane 2, Toothpick lane 3, and Cutter lane 4. Those are your hand judges in the hole.
Been running these up after each train.
Right. We've been sending a runner.
Right.
We also need a runner. All right, looks like we've been given the command to load and make ready. We got our gunfighters loading them up, sizing up the competition. Okay. Gunfighters are ready. Here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lanes 1 and 2 are no hits. Lane 3 is a 6-8-0. Lane 4 is a 5-9-1. Lane 5 and 6, no hits.
I told Grandma I had to keep score yesterday, and she said she felt sorry for whoever had to read my handwriting. I said, "Yep."
What's the pass through? Okay.
I guess.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a 6-0-1. Lane 2 is a 4-8-6. Pole shot on 6. We got no hits on 3, 4, and 5, and a pole shot on 6. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1, 6-8-6. Lane 2 and 3 were no hits. Lane 4 was a 6-3-9. Lane 5 was a 1-1-2-3. Lane 6, no hit. That makes the score 1-1, 0-2, and 1-0. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2, 4-8-7. Lane 3, 6-2-3. Lane 4 and 5, no hits. Lane 6, we got a 1-1-5-5. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lanes 1 and 2 are no hits. Lane 3, we got a 6-5-9. Lane 4, we got a 6-0-9. That'll give shot and win around the Buffalo Joe down there in lane 4. Lanes 5 and 6, there were no hits. So the score on 1 and 2 is 1-2. And on 5 and 6, it is 1-1. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hits. Score is still 1-2. 1-1. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2 is a 4-9-6. That'll give shot and win around Johnny James down there on lane 2. Lanes 3 and 4 were no hits. Lane 4 is a 4-0-3. Lane 5 was a 4-0-3. Lane 6 was a no hit. That makes the score down there on 5 and 6, 2-1. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hits. Still 2-1. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hits. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hits. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 5, we got a 4, 5, 6. Lane 6, we got no hit. That makes that gives shot and win a round to the Smoke Wagon Kid down there in lane 5. There's your downrange commander down there cleaning targets. We need hand judges coming up to the line. We need Bonsai Buckaroo in lane 1. Cooter, lane 2. Toothpick, lane 3. Cutter, lane 4. We need 2 volunteer hand judges. That's 2 volunteer hand judges. We need one each in 5 and 6. Again, your hand judges. Bonsai Buckaroo, lane 1. Cooter, lane 2. Toothpick, lane 3. Cutter, lane 4. Volunteers in 5 and 6. All right, where's Cooter?
Where are you supposed to be? Done.
Here he's coming.
Done put a camera on.
All right, there's your load and make ready command, gentlemen. We got Hondo Lane down there in lane 1. Ark in lane 2. Flying B in lane 3. The German Cowboy down there in 4. Shots fired in 5. And that shifty fella Snake Plissken down there in lane 6. Line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lanes 1 and 2 are no hits. Lane 3, 405. Lane 4, no hit. Lane 5, we got a 584. Lane 6, we got a 805. And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1, we got a 467. Lane 2, we got a 574. Lane 3 was no hit. Lane 4, 863. Lane 5 was a 677. Lane 6 was an 800. That makes the score 1-0, 1-1, and 2-0. And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a no-hit. Lane 2 is a 570. Lane 3 is a no-hit. Lane 4 was a 762. Lane 5 was a no-hit. Lane 6 was an 829. That makes the score 1-1, 1-2, and 2-1. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1, no hit. Lane 2, 554. Lane 3, 434. Lane 4, no hit. Lane 5, 708. Lane 6, 861. That makes the score 1-2, 2-2, and shot and win around the shots fired down there on lane 5. I'm sorry. 1 and 2 is 1-2. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lanes 1 and 2 are no hits. Lane 3, we got a 410. Lane 4, we got an 836. That'll give shot and win around a flying B down there on lane 3. Lanes 1 and 2, the score is 1-2. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1, we got a 4-4-5. Lane 2, we got a no hit. That makes the score 2-2, sudden victory. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2 is a 5-8-2. That'll get a shot and win around to Arc down there on lane 2. All right, we're going to need 4 volunteer hand judges. If some of you guys could just spin around and hand judge next person coming up on the line. Our gunfighters coming up on the line. We got Bonsai Buckaroo. Lane 2 is Cooter. Toothpick in lane 3 and Cutter lane 4.
We also need a runner.
We also need a runner.
Thank you. That's right. Need to borrow the pen.
All right, gunfighters, there's your command to load and make ready. We got Bonsai Buckaroo down there on 1, Cooter in lane 2, Toothpick lane 3, and Cutter in lane 4.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, gunfighters, here we go. The line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 are no hits. Lane 4, we got a 4-3-5. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1, we got a 4-1-4. Lane 2, we got a 4-3-1. Lanes 3 and 4, no hits. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits. Score is 1-0, 0-1. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a 4-5-6. Lane 2 is a 4-1-4. Lane 3 is a no hit. Lane 4 is a 4-2-2. That makes the score 1-1 and 0-2. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits. Still 1-1 and 0-2. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1 is 4-2-5. Lane 2 is a no hit. Lane 3 is a 4-3-8. Lane 4 is a no hit. That makes the score 2-1 and 1-2. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1, 4, 3, 5. Lane 2, 3, and 4, no hits. That'll give shot and win around a Bonsai Buckaroo over there in lane 1. Lanes 3 and 4, it is 1 to 2. Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 3 is a no hit. Lane 4 is a 5-0-5. That gives shot and win around a cutter in lane 4. All right, there's your downrange command to go and clean the targets.
Both of their fastest times for the same.
Right at you. You're a good man.
Thanks, sir.
I didn't say that over the mic.
Well, I guess I'll go inspect the bullet.
Yeah.
I just gotta get out of this chair.
That's fine. Fine to come over here. Makes the time pass.
Yeah.
Want to put that down?
Yeah, but you get to do something. You're not one to normally just sit around like do nothing.
No. But I'm kind of laying off of the range master and stuff. Well, it's hard.
I understand that, man.
Yeah, exactly.
It took some effort.
Range A men, shooters to the line. Gray Ghost on 1, Smoking Gun on 2, Hondo Lane on 3, GW Salinger 4, Chuck Wagon 5, Creekside 6. Once again, shooters men to Range A. Gray Ghost 1, Smoking Gun 2, Hondo Lane 3, GW Cellar 4, Chuck Wagon 5, and Creekside 6. Hand judges to Range B. Cooter 1, German Cowboy on 2, Toothpick on 3, Stevie Thunder on 4, Corinda on 5, Snake Bliskin on 6. Well, look, if they know, it's if you listen, half of them weren't even up there. They were out here roaming about like lost cattle. German Cowboy, you're hand judging on 2. Cooter, you're hand judging on 1. Toothpick, you're hand judging 3. Lane 6, hand judge your shooter. Shooter on lane 6 is Creekside. I'm going to need a scorekeeper. Load and make ready command has been given. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 452 on 3, but it's eased out by that 451 waiting for it on 4. We got nothing on 5 or 6.
Ooh, that's a close one. That's as close as you can get.
All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got nothing on 1 with a 383 on 2. We got nothing on 3 with a 436 on 4. We got a 630 on 5 with no answer on 6. That makes our early scores not to 1, not to 2, and 1 to... Hello? He's back. Not to 1 on 1 and 2, not to 2 on 3 and 4, and 1 to not on 5 and 6. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 391 on 1 with no answer on 2. Nothing on 3 or 4. We got a 709 down there on 5 with no answer on 6. That's going to change it up a little bit. 1 to 1, not to 2, and 2 to not. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got nothing on 1 with a 403 on 2. Nothing on 3 or 4. We got a 679 on 5 with no answer on 6. That's going to be shot and round the chuck wagon down there on 5 and 6. We're at 1 to 2 on 1 and 2, and we're at not to 2 on 3 and 4. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 396 on 1, and that's the only one we're going to talk about. That brings him up on 1 and 2 to 2 to 2, sudden death, next flashing light. We're still at not to 2 down there on 3 and 4. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing but air. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Still a lot of air.
Get it together.
All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got 2 good hits down here on 1 and 2. We got a 409 on 1, but not quick enough for that 368 waiting for it on 2. That shot and round to smoking gun. 3 and 4, still looking for the plate. And we're at not to 2 down there on 3 and 4. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 2 good hits. We got a 438 on 3, beating out that 462 on 4. That makes it 1 to 2. All righty, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nada.
Second a goal.
All righty, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 430 on 3 with no answer on 4. That's bringing it up 2 to 2. Sudden death, next flashing light. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 434 on 3 with no answer on 4. That's shot and win. Oh, hit. Oh. Well, y'all stop that.
Oh, hit.
We'll give him a half a point.
Yeah. Here comes the man with the whistle.
All right, here we go. Here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters,
set. Nothing on 3 and a 408 on 4. Is that a good hit? All right, that shot and win to G.W. Selinger. All righty, my shooter should already be up there. Hand judges to the line, range A. Hand judges to the line, range A. Hoot Gibson on 1. Piddler on 2. Sergeant Mack on 3. Long Ranger on 4. Virginia Ranger on 5. And Tin Can Jack on 6. Once again, hand judges to range A. Hoot Gibson on 1. Piddler on 2. Sergeant Mack on 3. Long Ranger on 4. Virginia Ranger on 5. And Tin Can Jack on 6. And we're going to need a range master.
Right down here for 2 seconds.
Hand judge on 6.
Hand judge on 6 is Tin Can Jack. I could have swore I just saw him walk up there.
Get a volunteer. There he is. There he is. All right.
Here we go. On make ready.
Load make ready command has come up.
Line is ready.
All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Only one we're going to talk about is lane 2 with an 848.
Line ready.
All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 684 on 1, nothing on 2, 3, or 4. We got a 720 down there on 5 with no answer on 6. Early. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 670 on 1, taking out that 953 on 2. Nothing else down the line. I don't know. Talk to your range master. Talk to your range master.
That's not the gun back, but I'll know that you got perfect right.
I wouldn't call it 150%. That's good.
Line ready.
All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 with an 893 on 2. We got a 427 on 3 with no answer on 4. A 648 on 5 with no answer on 6. So that's going to make our early scores 2-2, 1-0, and 2-0. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
We got nothing on 1 with a 990 on 2. Nothing on 3 and a 556 on 4. We got a 577 on 5, just barely beating out that 862 on 6.
Shutting around.
What we got here? Okay, we got that shot wind, German Cowboy lane 2. We're 3 and 4, we're 1-1. And down there on 5 and 6, that shot and round to Corinda.
After the round.
All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 491 on 3, beating out that 596 on 4. That makes us 2-1. And anybody wants to know, lunch is ready over there at the Grub Shack. All righty, gunfighters, here comes your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing but air. Yeah, they got hot dogs, barbecue, and tater chips.
I think they have hamburgers. I'm not sure.
All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No time at the same time.
I'm ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 3 and a 557 on 4.
2.
That brings us 2-2. Sudden death, next flashy light.
I'm ready.
All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No time at the same time.
I'll be here pretty soon.
Pretty soon.
Yep.
I'm ready.
All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 3, 575 on 4. That's shot and round to Stevie Thunder.
Need a runner.
And we need a runner, please. Need a runner.
And an announcer.
And we're going to need an announcer.
Regular.
All right. Hand judges coming to the line. Hand judges to the line, range A. We need Diamondback Dave on 1. Catfish on 2. Sour Mash Kid 3. Cherokee Bill on 4. Anarchy on 5. And Shenandoah on 6. Once again, hand judges, range A. Diamondback Dave 1. Catfish 2. Sour Mash Kid 3. Cherokee Bill 4. Anarchy 5. And Shenandoah on 6. And we're going to need an announcer.
Or scorekeeper.
Or scorekeeper. One of the two. Shit, you said it. I'm on what? 3. Shit. Taller chairs. Get down, it's not who's up here tonight?
Love make ready. Command spin given. Yeah.
I just sat down. I'm good.
I'm ready.
I'm fixing to come up next. So. Line's ready. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, sit. We got nothing across the board. If you want to go ahead and take it, then I'm going to have to end your section.
All right, got a new announcer. New announcer up here. A lot nicer sounding voice. All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. .722 on lane 1, edging out to 11:34 on 2. No times on 3, 4, 5, 6 finds it with a 479.
I'm ready.
And the line's ready. Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. No time on 1, pause at 8:40 on lane 2, lane 3 and 4, no times. 5 finds it with a 685, but not fast enough for that 479, waiting on it on lane 6. Scores a 1-1, not to not, and not to 2. Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. No times on lanes 1, 2, or 3. There's a 413 on lane 4. A 538 on lane 5 with no answer on 6. That changes the scores. I have 1-1, not to 1, and 1-2.
I'm ready.
Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. Have a 712 on lane 1, edging out to 902 on lane 2. 763 on 3 with no answer on 4. A 562 on 5, no answer on 6. That makes the scores 2-1, 1-1, and 2-2.
I'm ready.
Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. No time on 1, pause at 8:35 on lane 2. 752 on lane 3 with no answer on 4. No time on 5 or 6. That makes it 2-2. You got one on 3. 752. 2-1 and 2-2. Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. Uh, 706 on lane 1, no answer on 2. That's round elimination lane 1 to Hoot Gibson. Hoot, 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 hoot. 975 on 3s, beat by the 541 on lane 4, making that 2-2. No times on 5 and 6, and they remain 2-2. Tied up across the board.
I'm ready.
Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. 760 on lane 3, but there's a 592 waiting for it on lane 4, round elimination lane 4 to Lone Ranger. No times on 5 or 6. They remain tied up 2-2. Sudden death, sudden victory. Depends on which side the blinking light you're sitting on. Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. So swing and a miss. Sounding like at the same time. If you get a chance, give me that second page. I'm going to get ready to be calling them out. Shooters, on the line. Shooters, set. 584 on lane 5. No answer on 6. Round elimination. Lane 5. Virginia Ranger. All right. And my next set of hand judges. So listen up, hand judges. Range A. I need Run, Fat Man Run on lane 1. Gun Doc on lane 2. Hateful on lane 3. Shots fired on 4. Mindy on 5 and 6. Killer on 6. That's my hand judges one more time. Run, Fat Man Run on 1. Gun Doc on 2. Hateful on 3. Shots fired on 4. Mindy on 5. 6. Killer on 6.
Need a runner.
No, that ain't finished. Is it?
Nope,
No, you still got half the page.
Got ahead of myself.
I'll keep you straight.
Somebody needs to.
In the hole would be Skagway Sam, Johnny James, Marshall Rock, Quigley, Cutter, Red River, Grimm. You're in the hole, so stay close. My shooters should be Diamondback Dave on 1, Catfish on 2, Sour Mash Kid on 3, Cherokee Bill on 4, Anarchy on 5, and Shenandoah on 6. That's my shooters. Johnny, you've got a new range master. Johnny Creekside's taking the range.
Load and make ready.
Okay, the load and make ready command has been given.
Here we go, Cowboys. The line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, let's grip them and rip them. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No times on lanes 1 and 2. 3 finds it with a 5.22. And no times on 4, 5, or 6.
Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1 falls to the 7.52 on 2. No time on 3 falls to the 9.41 on 4. And no. We have anticipation on 4. We will give that shot to lane 3. So you can yeah, just put a TV in there or PV in there, PV, and circle that.
Circle that.
And then this and this. And circle that.
Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, no time on 1 falls to the 7.46 on lane 2. No times on 3, 4, 5, or 6. So that makes the scores not to 2, 2 to not to not.
Here we go, gunfighters. Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. That was 721 on lane 1, edging out to 723 on lane 2. A 508 on 3, beating 844 on 4. No time on 5 and a 409 on 6. That makes the scores 2 to 1 and round elimination to lane 3, Sour Mash Kid. And we have not to 1 down on 5 and 6. Yep, circle 503. 1 and 2. 2 and 3. 1 and 2 is 1 to 2, and round elimination Sour Mash Kid on lane 3 because we had the anticipation.
Here we go, gunfighters. My hand judges are down. My line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on one, falls to the 7:46 on lane two, round elimination lane two to Catfish. No times on 5 or 6, so their score is not to 1. Let's get them. Sometimes people draw lines through there.
Yeah.
That way they don't go right in the wrong block.
This line is from 5 and 6 only. Here we go, Spider. Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. This is only 5 and 6 now. Swing and a miss, almost at the same time.
Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. So no time and a no time.
Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .679 on lane 5. No answer on 6. Tying it up 1-1.
Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. So no time against a no time. NBA shot, nothing but net.
Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. It's another swing and a miss. If you get too far, just do like a cross and you just start like a star. Keep going.
Or just quit counting the misses.
No, I'd put them on there. Just like do crosses and then a star. You can put like 5 in one block. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Save enough for them to get 3 hits.
Yeah.
3 hits on there. No time on 5. Falls to that 382 on lane 6. Changes the score up. We have now 1-2. Yeah, so you got to save at least 2 blocks for him to write to.
Yep.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. And hope they don't get a tie. It's a no time against a no time. Because the tie won't count. I don't think there'll be a tie, but
It's possible, but
it's possible Shenandoah has a slow shot.
yeah.
Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. It's a no time and a no time. Yeah, just do like a cross on the end. Start doing it. Do a plus sign.
Yeah, cross.
No, I do like this. Is so I got the miss, I got another one. And then next time you can go through there and through there like that.
Yeah.
Just get a bunch of them on there.
Yeah.
And then you can come back here and start doing them
Yeah.
too. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Since it's a state match, I want to record all of it. No time on 5. Falls to that 393 on lane 6. That's round elimination of Shenandoah down on lane 6. All right, listen up. Next set of hand judges, you're in the hole, so should be close by. No. I need Skagway Sam on lane 1, Johnny James on lane 2, Marshall Rock quickly on lane 3, Cutter on 4, Red River on 5, and Grim on 6.
And we need a runner.
Yeah. We need a runner. Anybody got a runner out there can run? Hand judges, Skagway Sam on 1, Johnny James on 2, Marshall Rock quickly on 3, Cutter on 4, Red River on 5, Grim on 6. My shooter should be Run Fat Man Run on 1, Gun Doc on 2, Hateful on 3, Shots Fired on 4, Mindy on 5, and 6 Killer on 6.
Yeah.
Need a water or anything?
I'm good.
Well, I need something. The water won't do it.
I've got margaritas.
Oh, that's true. All right, in the hole for Rain J. In the hole, Spanky, J.D. Derringer, the Smoke Wagon Kid, Dusty Bullets. Y'all hang out close by. You're in the hole.
I won't be able to do my job now.
Load make ready command's been given. I got to turn the microphone off. I might say something. I should. And we're live.
I know. I almost got 6 killers on JD there in trouble a while ago.
Oh,
He was making fun of 6 killer's name. And I said, call him 6 killer. And he's like, oh, I didn't do that. We're live.
That's worse than zero.
Yeah.
A line is ready.
All right, gunfighters, grip them and rip them. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .359 on lane 1, edging out that no time on 2, no time on 3, falls to the 588 on 4, no time on 5, falls to the 361 on 6. The lanes 1, 4, and 6. Got that round. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 429 on lane 1, edging out the no time on 2, no time on 3, falls to that 748 on 4. No time. No time on 5 and a pole hit on 6. We'll take that 368 back. Won't count it. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, because there's no hit.
Here we go. The line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. A 363 on lane 1, but there's a 356 waiting on lane 2. No time on 3, falls to the 618 on 4, and a 540 on 5, edging out the no time on 6. So at the 3 shots, it's 2-1. It's round elimination on lane 4 to shots fired, and it is 1-1 on 5 and 6.
1, 2, 5, and 6 is ready for you all. Hand judges are down. Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. And it's no time on lanes 1 and 2. 5 finds it with a 592. Skip them. They're not shooting. 592 on 5. No answer on 6. So the score is 2-1 and 2-1. When you shoot, that's the next guys I need to load up.
Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. A 959 on lane 1 with no answer on 2. That's round elimination lane 1. That run, fat man, run. No time on 5. Falls to that 375 on lane 6. Tying them up 2-2.
Only. My hand judges are down. My line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 563 on 5, no answer on 6. And that's round elimination to Mindy on lane 5. And I will need 2 volunteer hand judges, so a couple of you guys don't run off. Now we'll need 2 hand judges on 5 and 6. All right, hand judges up to the line there. So I need Spanky on lane 1, JD Derringer on lane 2, the Smoke Wagon Kid on lane 3, and Dusty Bullets on 4. Volunteer hand judge on 5 and 6. Need a volunteer hand judge on 5 and 6. Spanky on 1, JD Derringer on 2, the Smoke Wagon Kid on 3, Dusty Bullets on 4. My shooters should be Skagway Sam on 1, Johnny James on 2, Marshall Rock Quickly on 3, Cutter on 4, Red River on 5, and Grim on 6. That should be my shooter lineup.
I've got shooters, I've got hand judges. Load and make ready.
The load and make ready command has been given. You know, there should be a rule book on the table. Should be a rule book. Yep. And a gun. Yep.
Line is ready.
All right, let's grip them and rip them. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. That's a swing and a miss. We call that an NBA shot. Nothing but net.
We're going to go standing. Go Cowboys. The line is ready.
All right, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Lane 1 finds it with a 525, and that's the only one we're going to talk about. So I won't give out the scores as of yet. I think we can count that high.
Go Gunfighter. Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. A 508 on lane 1, but there's a 461 waiting for it on lane 2. No times on 3 and 4. 5 finds it with a 911. No answer on 6. That makes the scores 1-1, not to not, 1 to not.
The line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 490 on lane 1, no answer on 2. 563 on 3, no answer on 4. 707, good hit on 5, but there's a 430 waiting for it down on 6. That's going to change it a bit. It's going to be 2-1, 1 to not, and 1-1.
Here go Cowboys. Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1, falls at a 456 on lane 2, a 583 on lane 3. No answer on 4. Have a 706 on 5, no answer on 6. Score now is 2-2, 2 to not, 2-1.
Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1, falls at a 472 on 2. That's round elimination lane 2 to Johnny James. A 557 on lane 3, no answer on 4. That shot round elimination to lane 3 to Marshall Rock Quickly. There's a 823 on lane 5 and a 429 waiting for it on lane 6. Tying that up 2-2.
Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 678 on lane 5 and no answer on 6. That's round elimination lane 5 to Red River. I will. Okay. All right, we're going to need 4 volunteer hand judges. So if you just shot, maybe want to turn around. I need 4 volunteer hand judges for lanes 1 through 4. My shooter lineup should be Spanky on 1, JD Derringer on 2, the Smoke Wagon Kid on 3, Dusty Bullets on 4. And I'll need a hand judge volunteer on 1, 2, 3, and 4. And a runner. We got a runner out there. I'm going to need a. Well, he's here now, so we have nothing to run it to, so we can wait. Well, Grim's shooting. You know, he just got done shooting, so yeah, we'll need a runner. 707. Oh, 678. Yeah. There you go. And that's our last set right there. Yeah, they should have a rule book here. Not only that, but a rule book. And the I got four shooters. 1, 2, 3, 4 should be. Shooter should be Spanky on 1, JD Derringer on 2, the Smoke Wagon Kid on 3, and Dusty Bullets on 4.
Go to make ready.
All right, the load and make ready command has been given. That guy in that t-shirt right there talking to Ringo, that's Bob Ed Payne. He used to be one hell of a shooter. Yeah, said he got too much injuries and stuff, don't shoot anymore. My first year I come up there to shoot Virginia, I had to shoot against him. It was my best run I ever shot. Because he beat me still. But I still remember that run. He was like a legend.
Line is ready.
All right, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .634 on lane 1, but there's a 409 waiting for it on 2. No time on 3. Falls to that 749 on 4. So lanes 2 and 4, take that one. Hand up. Got a questionable hit on 4. So good hit on 4. We'll keep that hit on 4. So lanes 2 and 4 take that win.
Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1. Hand up on 2. Got 1121 on 3. No answer on 4.
Good hit on 3.
As far as I know, I'd write it in there. Questionable hit on 2. No hit on 4. Yeah, if you don't see it after the first 3 minutes, it's not there.
No hit.
All right, so no hit. We'll take that back. That's going to make the score not to 1, 1-1.
Check your gun. Go to make ready, gentlemen. Go, Cowboy. Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 619 on lane 1, no answer on 2. There's a 464 on 3. No answer on 4. That makes the scores 1-1 and 2-1.
Go Cowboys. Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time on 1. Falls at that 445 on 2. No times on 3 or 4. That changes the scores up to now it's 1-2, 2-1.
Here we go, Cowboys. Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No times on 1 and 2. 3 finds it with a 563. No answer on 4. That's round elimination. Lane 3, the Smoke Wagon Kid.
3 and 4, 3. 1 and 2 only. And just to that line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got me a look. So no time and no time. They going for the NBA shot. Score is 1-2.
Here we go, Cowboys. Line is ready.
Shooters on the line. Shooters set. .654 on 1, but it's beat by the 468 on lane 2. That's round elimination lane 2 to JD Derringer.
Hands off gun. Right, rolling in.
I could run that out there because I'm going to the bathroom on the way. Okay. They find a rule book in the gun. Oh.
Yeah, I heard that.
All right, men's rim 4 is posted. Shooters, we need Grim on 1, Tin Can Jack on 2, Ringo on 3, Gray Ghost on 4, Creekside on 5, and Charles City Kid on 6. That's my shooters. We need Grim on 1, Tin Can Jack on 2, Ringo on 3, Gray Ghost on 4, Creekside on 5, Charles City Kid on 6. Hand judges, we need Gundock on 1, Piddler on 2, Six Killer on 3, Bonsai Buckaroo on 4, Toothpick on 5, and Snake Pliskin on 6. Hand judges, Gundock on 1, Piddler on 2, Six Killer on 3, Bonsai Buckaroo on 4, Toothpick on 5, Snake Pliskin on 6. Announcing? Yep, the announcer, the scorekeeper, need a range master. Need everybody.
First time I took the microphone all day and I called myself to the line and I forgot my glasses.
Piddler, hand judge on 2. Bonsai Buckaroo on 4.
Doc would rather he not. Got a little air blowing over here, huh?
Charles City Kid, you're shooting on 6.
That's right, because yeah,
What is that kid's name?
Bonsai.
About range master. Tin Can Jack, hand judge on 2.
Ranger.
Oh, he's here.
Ranger. He needs his hand judge, which is Bonsai, right?
Bonsai, no.
Out pick.
Bonsai's on 4.
Piddler's on.
Piddler's on 2.
Bonsai, you're on 4.
Hand judging 4.
So we're missing Piddler. Where's Piddler?
Piddler!
All right, let's get a substitute.
Can we get a volunteer on 2, please?
You don't want to do both, do you?
No. Let's see if I can do one. It's already cleared. There we go. Reset, start.
Yeah.
The black one.
Yeah. These tell you which one. There's Piddler. He's piddling on over here. He's piddling his way here. You're on 2.
Hand judging on 2, Piddler. All right, shooters, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. 418 on 1, nothing on 2, 3, and 4. A 6 even on 5, and nothing on 6. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1, a 447 on 2, nothing 3, 4, and 5, and a 621 on 6. 1-1, not to not, 1-1. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Swing and a miss.
I think the ground is sloping back here. So.
That too.
Yeah.
Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. .402 on 1, nothing on 2. 506 on 3, gets beat by a 392 on 4, nothing on 5 and 6. 2-1, not to 1, 1-1. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 1, 450 on 2. Nothing on 3, 4, and 5. And we got a 713 on 6. Shot and win 2.
No, not yet.
Oh.
2-2.
2-2. Not to 1. 1-2. Sorry.
But he didn't announce it, so he wasn't too excited.
Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 1 and 2. A 515 on 3. Nothing on 4 or 5. And a 561 on 6. Shot and win 2. Charles City Kid.
2-2, 1-1.
2-2, 1-1. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 1, a 473 on 2. Nothing on 3, and a 407 on 4. Shot and win the Tin Can Jack. 1-2 on 3 and 4. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Swing and a miss. Starting to run out of paper, guys. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. .482 on 3, nothing on 4. We are now at sudden win. Oh, that's great. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Swing and a miss. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Swing and a miss. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. 547 on 3. Nothing. Oh, hold on. We got a pole hit on 3. Not. Still sudden death.
Eraser up here, too.
Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set.
Nothing on 3 and a 399 on 4. Shot and win the Gray Ghost. Oh, the range master. What's his name?
Ranger.
Ranger.
Yep.
All right. My hand judges are lane 1, Anarchy. Lane 2, Skagway Sam. Lane 3, Dusty Bullets. Lane 4, Cooter. Lane 5, Concho Jim. Lane 6, the Spanky.
Need a scorekeeper.
Hey, Ranger. Is light 5 still low?
Thank you, dear.
Hi, honey.
Oh, baby.
Well, they should all be where they're supposed to be already. Right?
4.
Cooter, you're on 4. Damn. Dusty Bullets. Okay. Gun Dog. Yeah, they're all in the right place.
It should be.
Body side, but the
We've got Dusty Bullets. Concho Jim. I don't have Spanky's down there. I see him now.
Yeah.
So we're good. How are you doing?
Good.
The X's.
Yeah. I get 6 guys.
Good for you. Step away.
I got them in there. I really appreciate it.
Skagway got the ghost.
Cool. All right, gentlemen, here we go. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 1, 874 on 2. Nothing on 3, a 460 on 4. We got a 414 on 5, nothing on 6. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 1, an 894 on 2. Nothing on 3, 4, or 5, and an 824 on 6.
Answered.
We are not to 2, not to 1, 1 to 1. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 1 and 818 on 2. Shot and win the Piddler. Nothing on 3 and a 417. Oh, on 4? Nothing on 4. We got a 440 on 5, nothing on 6. 3 and 4, not to 1. 5 and 6, 2 to 1. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing till we get to 6 with an 846.
Tell Gun Dog.
Not to 1, sudden death. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. $361 on 3, nothing on 4, nothing on 5, and an 889 on 6. Shot and win the Snake Bliskin. Three and 4 is 1-1. We got a hand up. Ranger. A foot away, gentlemen.
Lane 3. 3 or 4.
Three and 4. You should have 1 hit on 3 and 1 hit on 4.
Okay. They're the only ones left. No pressure.
Shooter's on the line. Shooter. Set. Swing and a miss.
Okay, so it stands. So it's still 1-1.
Okay, we're still 1-1. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. 362 on 3, nothing on 4. We are now 2-1. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Ooh. 348 on 3, nothing on 4. Shot doesn't win. 2-6 killer.
Need a runner.
We need a runner. My hand judges. Lane 1, Diamondback Dave. Lane 2, Hondo Lane.
Bonza.
Lane 3,
Bonza.
Sergeant Mac. Lane 4, H-full 8. H8 full.
Thank you, baby.
5, Cutter. 6, Arc. Those are my hand judges. Lane 1, Diamondback Dave. Lane 2's here. Sergeant Max here. H8 full. Cutter's on 5. 6 is Arc. I think he's always there.
Okay, good. Thank you. He's coming.
Here he comes. Yeah. There's your load and make ready order given, children.
I was going to buy one of those cups, but it's back.
I know, huh? Because we're not down to
Have we lost
5 rounds
anything?
yet, huh?
Yeah, but this is round 4, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll start losing.
Maybe.
All right, gentlemen, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 1, 508 on 2. We got a 737 on 3, nothing on 4 and 5, and a 630 on 6.
You got it, Dave.
Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 1, a 598 on 2, nothing on 3, a 529 on 4, nothing on 5, and a 677 on 6. Not to 2, 1 to 1, not to 2. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 1, a 530 on 2. Shot and wind is Skagway Sam. 839 on 3, barely taken out by a 548 on 4, nothing on 5 or 6. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 3, 612 on 4. We got a 616 on 5, takes out the 642 on 6.
Cooter. Shot round cooter.
Shot and win the Cooter. All right, what do we get?
1 to 2.
1 to 2 on 5 and 6. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Swing and a miss.
These are my hands.
Yeah. Just wait till they finish.
Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Nothing on 5 and a 624 on 6.
Shot round spanky.
Shot and win the Spanky. My hand judges are lane 1, Cherokee Bill. Lane 2, Shane. Lane 3, Virginia Ranger. Lane 4, Long Ranger. Lane 5, Mendy. Lane 6, Run Fat Man Run. We need a range. Whoa, we got a hand up. Downrange given.
Or an announcer.
We need a scorekeeper or announcer.
I get it now.
And Virginia Ranger. And we need a range master.
Oh, we need a range master.
Yeah, isn't that Virginia Ranger? That guy?
I don't know that was spank. Yeah. Do you have the range? Okay, thank you. Okay, so you should have everybody who's supposed to.
You want me to do them again?
I think no, we're good. If you want to.
Load and make ready command has been given. All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got nothing on one. We got a 479 on two. We got a 756 on three. No answer on four. We've got a 458 on five, beating out that 628 on six.
I'm ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Oh, oh. Call it off. All right, gunfighters, check your guns. All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got nothing on one. We got a 460 on two. Nothing on 3, 4, 5, and we've got a 577 on six.
Not to two.
Not to two. One to not and 1 to 1. All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 714 on one. No answer on two. Nothing on 3 or 4. We've got a 471 on 5, beating out that 567 on 6.
I'm ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We've got a 616 on 1. No answer on 2. We've got a 787 on 3, beaten out by that 565 on 4. We've got nothing on 5 and a 574 on 6.
2 to 2.
2 to 2. 1 to 1 and 2 to 2. All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We've got nothing on 1. We got a 476 on 2. We've got a 761 on 3. Beaten by a 601 on 4. Nothing on 5 and a 572 on 6. Shot and round to Hondo Lane, Hondo Lane, and shot and round to Arc. And we're 1 to 2 on 3 and 4. Yes.
I'm ready.
All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing and nothing. All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We've got nothing on 3. We've got a 4. We got a pull hit on 4. Need white out. I'm ready. All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We've got a 6.53 on 3, beating out that 8.73 on 4, making it 2-2. I'm ready. All right, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We've got a 5.92 on 3, beaten out by that 5.03 on 4, giving shotting. Shouldn't that be shot wrong?
Yes, but apparently they were on different rounds. They were in the right lanes.
Thank you. I don't know what to do.
So it's a good map.
Other one.
No, he didn't. Yeah, he did. Ask for a scorekeeper. Ask for a scorekeeper. I'm going to run this over there.
All right, we're going to need a scorekeeper. Okay. On the line, we got Cherokee Bill on lane 1, Shane on lane 2, Virginia Ranger on lane 3, Long Ranger on 4, Mindy on 5, Run Fat Man Run on 6, and our hand judges coming up to the line are Just Rock on lane 1, Chuck Wagon on lane 2, Stevie Thunder on lane 3, Catfish on lane 4, Buffalo Joe on lane 5, and Smoking Gun on lane 6, which means we're going to need an announcer and a scorekeeper. You're on 6.
Oh, no.
We're going to need a scorekeeper.
Need a scorekeeper, please. Thank you, JD.
This is the one I don't want to screw up. Yes, sir. I can't screw up that side. Well, I can.
Yeah, we all can.
I've said a few inappropriate jokes. I don't know why they did that. It doesn't make any sense.
It wasn't on this side yesterday.
It's not hard. Why they did that. I didn't like it where it was either, unless they did it last night. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yes.
All right, I'll get put my pants in. Yell at.
Now the wind's picked up.
Oh shit! I got Flying B next week. I'd like to avoid him for a while.
Yeah.
I need to find a little something before I got him.
Is it good? I usually am too, man. Since I got faster.
I usually hit 6 or 7 out of 10.
You see me when I was in Oklahoma, I got down 2-0 both times against Shorty. And then we hit 3 in a row to come back. Low make ready command has been given. The only match I wasn't behind on was 10 meter. But it doesn't mean don't have me down 2-1.
I got 10 minutes 3 times in Louisiana. Got him. He was my nemesis prior to that.
That's the first time I got to shoot against him.
Okay, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No times in 1 and 2, and I got a 606 in lane 3. No times 4, 5, and 6. Not to not, 1 to not to not.
Thank you.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We have no time in lane 1, a 577 in lane 2. No time in lane 3, a 566 in lane 4. No times in 5 and 6. So we are not to 1, 1 to 1, and not to not. Here we go, shooters. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No times in 1 and 2. We have a 638 in lane 3, but that's beat out with that 518 in lane 4. We have no time in 5 and a 357 in lane 6. So we are not to 1, 1 to 2, and 0 not to 1.
Line is ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We have a 1.131 in 1, but that's beat out with that 565 in lane 2. We have a 560 in lane 3, a no time in 4, a no time in 5, and a 347 in lane 6. So that's going to make it not to 2, 2 to 2, and not to 2.
Go ahead and finish this one, and I want to ask y'all about it.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No times across the board except for lane 4. Lane 4 wins that round with a 571.
Long Ranger.
Long Ranger in lane 4 takes that round. So we are not to 2 and 1 and 2, and not to 2 and 5 and 6.
I know Buffalo Joe was the announcer. I just don't know who the scorekeeper was. Okay, fine, Joe. He's the hand judge on 5.
Here we go, shooters. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We have no time in lane 1. We have a 509 in lane 2. That's going to give shot and round to lane 2, Shane. And we have a 508 in lane 5 and no time in 6. So that's going to make it 1 to 2 in lanes 5 and 6.
Gentlemen.
Freeze, please. All right, here comes your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We have a 571 in lane 5, but that's beat out with that 431 in lane 6. So that's going to give shot and round to Run, Fat Man, Run.
Hands off gun, 1 and 6 downrange.
Hands off done. Downrange command's been given. All right, here's who's shooting this time. We have Just Rock on lane 1, Chuck Wagon in lane 3, Stevie Thunder, or 2, Chuck Wagon in 2, Stevie Thunder's in 3, Catfish is in 4, Buffalo Joe's in 5, Smoking Guns in 6. All right, hand judges. We have Smoke Wagon Kid in lane 1, Marshall Rock Quigley in lane 2, JD Derringer, lane 3. I need another scorekeeper, please. And Flying B is in lane 4. And I need 2 volunteers in 5 and 6, please. And I need a scorekeeper.
Thank you, 6 killer. How you doing today?
I did it.
Really?
I trained drone. So been training in Big Mississippi Kid and Gun Dot. Didn't work on my 3.6 2 shot at all. And been this way all day.
Load make ready command has been given.
When I miss those, sometimes they get on the trigger too fast. My problem is I can't get on the plane perfect every time.
When I stay under 3.7 draw speed, I'm good. I'm just been slowing down too much. Oh yeah, yeah.
Thank God you woke up today. Thank the Lord that it's a beautiful day and you're with your friends.
That's right.
When it's fun, but it's not everything.
Okay, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line, shooters set. No time in lane 1. We have a 421 in lane 2. We have a 540 that beats out that 672 in lane 4. No time in 5. And we have a 562 in lane 6. So that's not the 1, 1 to not the 1.
Check wagon, slam it.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line, shooters set. We have a 569 in lane 1, a no time in 2, a no time in 3, a 582 in 4, no time in 5, and a 553 in lane 6. So that's going to make it 1 to 1, 1 to 1, not the 1, or not the 2, excuse me, in 5 and 6. All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line, shooters set. All right, we have no time in 1. We have a 665 in lane 2. No time in 3, no time in 4. We have a 652 in lane 5 and no time in 6. So that's going to make it 1 to 2, 1 to 1, and 1 to 2. All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We have a 521 in lane 1, no time in 2, a 6 flat in 3, and a no time 4, 5, and 6. So that's going to make the score 2 to 2, 2 to 1, and 1 to 2. All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We have no time in 1, a 646 in lane 2, 644 in lane 3, no times 4, 5, and we have a 545 in 6. That's going to give shot and round to Smoking Gun in lane 6. That's going to give shot and round to Chuck Wagon in lane 2. That's going to give shot and round to Stevie Thunder in lane 3.
That was a freaky shot.
Hands up guns, 1 and 6 downrange.
Hands off guns. Downrange command has been given. All right, so our shooter's coming up, and I need 4 volunteer hand judges. So if you're up there shooting, can you turn around and hand judge for me, please? I have the Smoke Wagon Kids on lane 1. Marshall Rock Quigley is on lane 2. JD Derringer is in lane 3, and Flying B is lane 4. And I need 4 volunteer hand judges. And a runner.
Or a jogger or a really fast walker.
Buns up Buckaroo, will you run this up here for us, please? Thank you, sir. The load and make ready command has been given.
Well, I need JD to pull one out right here. And Marshall Rock. But he's on it. He's got it.
I can't shoot the freaking run. That's my MO always. Trying to go faster. You know, I picked up a little more speed. You know, like a, on it. I don't even shoot that fast. I'm
Ready. Line is ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, we have no time in 1. We have a 575 in lane 2. No time in 3 and a 426 in lane 4. So we're not to 1, not to 1. All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We have a 509 in lane 1 that beats out that 642 in lane 2. We have a 426 in lane 3, beats out a no time in 4. So we are 1 to 1, 1 to 1.
Line is ready.
Here we go, shooters. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We have no time in 1. We have a 635 in lane 2, a 4 flat in lane 3, and a no time in lane 4. So we are 1 to 2 and 2 to 1.
Line is ready.
All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We have a 505 in lane 1, beating that 583 in lane 2. We have a 414 in lane 3 that beats out a no time in 4. That's going to give shot and round to JD in lane 3. And we are 2 to 2 in lanes 1 and 2.
sorry.
1 and 2, this line's for you. Line is ready.
Here we go, shooters. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set.
They both sounded weird. Yeah.
That sounded weird. In both lanes. All right, no time in 1 and 2. So we are 2 to 2 in lanes 1 and 2. So next blinking light. Bullseye on 1. All right, shooters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We have the 494 in lane 1 to no time in 2. That's going to give shot round to the Smoke Wagon Kid in lane 1. Hands off gun. Downrange command has been given.
Range go.
Yeah, all right, here we go. On Range A, we got Skagway Sam on 1, German Cowboy 2, Gundock 3, 6 Killer 4, Johnny James 5, and Toothpick 6. Again, Skagway Sam, German Cowboy, Gundock, 6 Killer, Johnny James, and Toothpick. Your hand judges: 1, Marshall Rock Quigley; 2, Snake Plissken; 3, Chuck Wagon; 4, J.D. Derringer; 5, Catfish; 6, Ringo. Again, hand judges will repeat: Marshall Rock Quigley, Snake Plissken, Chuck Wagon, J.D., Catfish, and Ringo. We will need scorekeeper. Yeah, I'm shooting.
Oh, Jesus. All right, let's make sure we got everybody in the right spot. Shooters, we're going to have Skagway on 1, German Cowboy on 2, Gundock on 3, 6 Killer on 4, Johnny James on 5, and Toothpick down there on 6. Our hand judges: Marshall Rock Quigley going to be on 1, Snake Plissken on 2, he's there, Chuck Wagon on 3, J.D. Derringer on 4, Catfish on 5, and Ringo on 6.
All right, buddy. We got it.
Crazy. As long as it doesn't get crazy. Lane 2 should be German Cowboy. German Cowboy shooting on lane 2, range A. Huh? Load make ready command has been given.
I let smoking gun beat me with fives. I beat myself. And even though he slowed down, he still missed the target.
All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Only one we're going to talk about is lane 5 with a 432. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 574 on 1, taking out that 845 on 2, and nothing else down the line. Early scores are 1 to not to not, 1 to not. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 557 on 1, beating out that 720 on 2. Nothing else down the line. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing. Anticipation on 6. Anticipation on 6. That means 5's going to get a peg.
EV, and this will be
Circle on.
Huh?
Or the circle around it. He gets shot.
is it that no time.
All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 511 on 1, beating out that 772 on 2. That is shot around us. Skagway. Nothing else down the line. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got nothing on 3 and a 334 on 4. Nothing on 5 or 6. Scores are 0 to 1 on 3 and 4 and 2 to 0 on 5 and 6. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 322 on 3 with no answer on 4. We got a 401 down there on 5, beating out that 443 on 6. That's going to be shot and round to Johnny James. Well, down here on 3 and 4, our score is 1 to 1. Nope.
1-1.
We got 1-1.
Apparently he anticipated earlier, but nobody called out this late.
Well, you got to let time. You got to let people over here write the scores down. So
Scores taken. Shots. The next shot's been fired. It's too late.
yeah, that ship's flown. Next shot went down line. Nobody said anything about it.
We had a pull hit that round on 1, 2, 3 on the third round on lane
Fourth
5.
round.
Fourth round.
We had an anticipation fourth shot on lane
Yes,
6.
at the same time.
Well,
nobody said anything.
Nobody
about it
called it. Nobody called it to the scoring table, and the next shot's been fired. It's past tense.
Did they tell you?
Well, he raised his hand, but I did not see him.
That's
Lane
too late.
6 is the one that told me they
It's
had
too
anticipated.
Did
But
3 and 4 inform you that there was an anticipation in that round?
No. He raised his hand,
Then
but,
it's moot.
but he didn't. I
Then it's
didn't
moot.
know that it didn't. So.
Then it's moot.
He shouldn't have shot the next round until it was taken care of.
Score is 1-1 on 3 and 4. All righty, gunfighters. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No time at the same time.
Who had the anticipation? 6 killer.
All righty, gunfighters. Here comes your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 3 at 3:39 on 4. Pole hit on 4. Fast pole hit. All righty, gunfighters. Here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All righty, gunfighters. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. They are going really fast. All righty, gunfighters. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 3 with a 3:51 on 4. That shot and win. Just no, it isn't.
1-2.
Oh, that's right. We had a pole hit.
1-2.
Excuse me. We had a pole hit, and we got a hand up.
What's the hand up for?
All right. So the score is 1-2. All right, again, fighters. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nada.
Now we got 3.
Yeah, but don't mark any more misses. All righty, gunfighters. Here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Nothing on 3 at 3:24 on 4. Shot and round to Sky Killer.
Guys, so. Yeah. Downrange.
Downrange command has been called.
You know what that is?
Give me that next seat so I can get the hand judges up here.
Come on. My finger ain't working.
All right, hand judges to the line. Range A, I need Gray Ghost on 1, Arc on 2, Flying Bee on 3, Mindy on 4, Stevie Thunder on 5, Long Ranger on 6. Once again, hand judges, Gray Ghost 1, Arc 2, Flying Bee 3, Mindy on 4, Stevie Thunder on 5, and Long Ranger on 6. And my shooter should still be up there unless they disappeared.
Call them again. Make sure they're on the right lane.
Yeah. We should have Marshall Rock Quigley on 1, Snake Blisket on 2, Chuck Wagon's down there on 3, J.D. Derringer's down there on 4, Catfish on 5, and Ringo on 6. Load make ready command's been given. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. I got a 647 on 1, beating out that 869 on 2. We got a 626 on 3, and nothing else down the line. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got nothing on 1. We got an 876 on 2. Nothing on 3, 4, or 5. And we got a 490 down there on 6. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got nothing on 1. We got an 844 on 2. We got a 643 on 3, but it's not quick enough for that 430 on 4 waiting for it. And we got a 615 on 5, but that 525 on 6 beats it out. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 1 and 838 on 2. We got a 642 on 3, nothing on 4. We got a 578 on 5 with no answer on 6. That should be shot and round to lane 2, Snake Plissken. Our scores on 3 and 4 are 1-1. And the scores down there on 5 and 6 is 1-2.
No, it should be 2.
Got a hand up.
Should be 2-1.
Well, I don't know.
Should be 2-1.
It's 2-1. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. All right, we got a 6 flat on 3, nothing on 4 or 5, and a 497 on 6. That is shot around the chuck wagon and shot around the Ringo.
Okay, I got an X. I got a W.
All righty. Hand judges to the line, range A. Hand judges to the line, round A. Range A. I got Corinda on 1, Hateful on 2, Piddler on 3, Sergeant Mac 4, Red River on 5, Charles City Kid on 6. Once again, hand judges, range A, Corinda on 1, Hateful on 2, Piddler on 3, Sergeant Mac on 4, Red River on 5, and Charles City Kid on 6. Just make sure everybody's shooters are all in the right spot. We got Gray Ghost 1, Arc 2, Flying B 3, Mindy 4, Stevie Thunder 5, and Long Ranger down there on 6. I can't see from here.
He's down there.
Load and make ready command has been given. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 413 on 1, just edging out that 595 on 2. We got a 403 on 3, and nothing else down the line. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 403 on 1, edging out that 612 on 2. We got a 398 on 3, beating out that 521 on 4. We got a 543 down there on 5, no time on 6. Early scores are 2 to not, 2 to not, and 1 to not. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got nothing on 1 with a 558 on 2. We got a 423 on 3 with no answer on 4. That's going to be shot in round 2, Flying B. We got a 609 on 5, but it's beat out by the 557, waiting for it on 6. We're all done on 3 and 4. Scores on 1 and 2 are 2 to not. 5 and 6 is 1 to 1. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 395 on 1, edging out that 562 on 2. That's going to be shot and round to Gray Ghost. We got a 614 on 5, but it's edged out by that 546 on 6. We're done on 1 and 2. Down there on 5 and 6, score is 1 to 2. All righty, gunfighters, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. shooters, set. No time at the same time. All righty, gunfighters, here come your command. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a 556 on 5 with no answer on 6. That's going to make them 2-2, sudden death, next flashy light. All righty, here come your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Nothing on 5, a 536 on 6. That's shot and round to Long Ranger. Give me that next sheet. All righty, hand judges to the line. Hand judges to the line, range A. I need Smoke Wagon Kid on 1. Hoot Gibson on 2. Run Fat Man Run on 3. Virginia Ranger on 4. Dusty Bullets on 5. And Grim on 6. Once again, Smoke Wagon Kid 1. Hoot Gibson 2. Run Fat Man Run on 3. Virginia Ranger on 4. Dusty Bullets on 5 and Grim on 6. Hand judges in the hole. These are hand judges in the hole. It's going to be Sour Mash Kid 1, Hondo Lane, Buffalo Joe, Willie B. Fast, Shots Fired, and Cooter. Those are hand judges in the hole.
Which means I can do one more round.
We got all our shooters should be there. Make sure they're all in the right spot. All right, Corinda's there, Hateful's there, Piddler, Sergeant Mac, Red Ranger, Charles City Kid. Grim. Grim.
You guys want to go for a walk before you go to the line?
Yeah, I can. Get up a stretch. Because I get out of it once I get out of this chair. It takes me a few minutes to freaking walk again.
And push it to the left or push it to the right?
Just got my kick.
Load and make ready.
The load to make ready command has been given. You want this guy?
Pick this one. I'll pick this one. All right. Okay.
We need two of us. I'm pretty sure we'll screw it up.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, guaranteed.
We can outrun Dave.
I think.
Line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 786 on 3, beaten by the 697 on 4. We got a 967 on 5 and nothing on 6.
All right.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Got nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 767 on 3, beaten by the 708 on 4. Nothing on 5 and 6. Early scores are not to not, not to 2, 1 to not.
Line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set.
We got a 603 on 1 with nothing on 2. We got an 8 flat on 3 with nothing on 4. We got an 893 on 5, beaten by the 617 on 6. Scores are now 1-0, 1-2, 1-1. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 with a 437 on 2. 793 on 3 with nothing on 4. Nothing on 5 with a 654 on 6. Scores are 1-1, 1-2, 1-2, 1-1, 2-2, 1-2. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 with a 467 on 2. We got an 861 beating the 865 on 4. That's shot and with the piddler. 814 on 5 and nothing on 6.
1-2, 2-2.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got nothing on 1 or 2. We got an 833 on 5, beaten by the 594 on 6. That's shot and win to the Charles City Kid. Score on 1 to 2 is 1-2. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 6 flat on 1 with nothing on 2. Tying that score up 2-2. We got ourselves a gunfight. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 with a 490 on 2. That's shot and win to Hateful. One and 6 downrange. Command has been given. All right. Our hand judges coming to the line. Range A, Sour Mash Kid on 1. Hondo Lane on 2. Buffalo Joe on 3. Willie B. Fast on 4. Shots fired on 5. Cooter on 6. And we need a runner on range A. We need a runner. Runner up the mountainside, over the hill, down the river, across the creek to the cabin. Blinded by the light. Something like that. Sour Mash Kid on 1. Hondo Lane on 2. Buffalo Joe on 3. Willie B. Fast on 4. Shots fired on 5. Cooter on 6.
Really? Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry.
All right. Hand judge on 1. Sour Mash Kid. He went to stretch his back, see a therapist, try to find somebody that does massage work.
We got a sub, right?
Yeah, we got a sub. If he's, hey, we got. Oh, he's coming. He's coming. He went to get a pedicure or something like that, I heard. Cooter's on 6. We're looking for Cooter. Always looking for Cooter. My wife started shooting at one day. She said, I don't know what I'm having for alias. I said, this should just be called Sweet Side. So she's like, no, I don't think I can do that.
I'll take this.
You can have it. Who we got on deck? Load to make ready. Command has been given. In the hole. right or in the hole, we have Bonsai Buckaroo, Cutter, Concho Jim, GW Sellinger. You're on deck. Basically, if you haven't shot this round yet, you're the only ones left, so don't go far. You're the last four amigos. This would be round 5. Round 5.
Line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got 447 on 1, beats a 636 on 2. Got a 355 on 3, beats the 519 on 4. Got nothing on 5 and 6. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 with a 583 on 2. We got a 359 on 3. Beats the 556 on 4. Lanes 5 and 6 still waiting to come to the party. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got an 873 on 1. Beats the no-hit on 2. We got a 356 on 3. That's shot and win to run, fat man, run. That's the definition of efficiency. Nothing else on 4, 5, and 6. No man shoots that fast. Should hit 3 in a row. Oh, sorry, 452 on 6.
Line is ready.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got nothing on 1 with a 636 on 2, making that score 2-2. Nothing on 5 and 6. And that score on 5 and 6 is not to 1. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 958 on 5, beaten by the 730 on 6. Our scores are now 2-2. Not to 2. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got a 482 on 1 with nothing on 2. That's shot and win to the Smoke Wagon Kid. Got a 755 on 5 and a 448 on 6. That's shot and win to Grim.
And done. 1 and 6 downrange.
1 and 6 downrange. Command has been given. All the food sold out. So if you didn't get no lunch, you're about to lose some weight. We'll all be wearing skinny jeans by tomorrow morning. Except Dave. You'll be okay for a couple of days. All right, hand judges, come to the line. We got Bonsai Buckaroo on 1, Cutter on 2, Concho Jim on 3, GW Sellinger on 4, and we need 2 volunteer hand judges for 5 and 6.
If anybody finds a black rosin bag, it's a storm black rosin bag. It's minor rangers.
Okay. If anybody finds a black rosin bag, find Cooter. Cooter lost his rosin bag. If you find it, don't give it back to him until tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, you're on 1. You're on 1.
Yeah.
All right, now we got everybody in place. Load to make ready command has been given. We got Sky Shooter's got the range. Sky Shooter has the range. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 461 on 1, nothing on 2, nothing on 3 with a 629 on 4, nothing on 5 and 6. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 630 on 3 with nothing on 4. We got a 562 on 5 with nothing on 6. Early scores are 1 to not, 1 to 1, 1 to not. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got nothing on 1, 2. Got nothing on 3. We got a 613 on 4, nothing on 5 and 6. Lane 4 is a little lonely down there. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got a 454 on 1. All by himself. Scores now 2 to not, 1 to 2, 1 to not. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 with a 434 on 2. Got nothing on 3 and 4. Got a pull hit on 5. That's no hit on 5. Scores now 2 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to not. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set.
All right, we got anticipation on 1.
Anticipation on 1 has been called.
I think you put is there a thing down there for anticipation? DV. Procedural violation.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got nothing on 1 with a 448 on 2. That's shot and wind to Hondo Lane. 633 on 3 with nothing on 4. Making that score 2 to 2. We got a 632 on 5 with nothing on 6. Making that score 2 to not. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 653 on 3. Nothing on 4. Nothing on 5 and 6. So that's shot and wind to Buffalo Joe. Five and 6 only. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got a 624 on 5, nothing on 6. That's shot and wind. Shots fired.
Need a runner.
We need a runner on range A. Over the mountain. You don't have to run, big guy. You can walk. We need a walker on range A.
Looking for you.
Don't run, dude. It's too high.
I thought I gave one to you and she come right
Yeah,
on
she.
you.
I'd say I have a training, but that's bullshit.
4 volunteer hands.
All right, we need 4 volunteer hand judges on range A. If you're handy or just shot and you haven't left yet or run away,
Handy or good.
good vision is not required. Yeah.
Anticipation. He said he didn't anticipate. Oh. He said he saw his hand would move this much. He said at the top.
We got 4 hand judges. We need a hand judge on 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? We got 4 shooters. Yes, sir. We know. We need volunteers. 4 volunteers. We need 2 volunteers. We got them. We're good. We're good. Load to make ready command has been given.
I don't know how critical that is. You know, some of these springs are so light. If you just stack your thumb on it, it moves a little bit. A lot of guys will do that and they'll let it back down. He's off moving call. So I don't know. I don't know what's right or wrong. I guess I don't look that close, so I can't call it. To me, that's not anticipating. But, yeah.
All right, Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. 596 on 1. Lonely fighter across the board.
I've seen guys shake their hands so bad. Moves their hand and they shake all the time, especially shooting. I get nervous and think of something like blood. So I do that.
Cowboys, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got nothing on 1 with a 460 on 2. Nothing on 3 with a 503 on 4. Score is 1-1, not to 1. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got nothing on 1 or 2. We got a 555 on 3, beaten by the 494 on 4. Got a pull hit on 4. Well, that changes everything down here. Scores 1-1, 1-1. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got nothing on 1 with a 497 on 2. Nothing on 3 and 4. Scores are now 1-2, 1-1. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. We got a 5 flat on 1, beaten by the 460 on 2. That's shot and wind to cutter. We got nothing on 3 with a 515 on 4, making that score now 1-2. We don't need a hand judge next round. This is the last line right here. No, they're all volunteers. All right, gunfighters, here's your commands. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Got nothing on 3 with a 5-11 on 4. That's shot and win to GW Sellinger. Man, am I struggling with that one? Sellinger.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right,
Man.
we got only men left, so I'm gonna bust them in half and put on buck rate.
All right, we'll sit here and wait our turn.
Maybe announce that they might be over there or over here.
All right, gentlemen, just so you know, if you can hear range A, there's only men left. The women and youth are done. So you're going to be shooting on range A or B.
What?
They're going to put all the good-looking guys on A.
Split the range. Women are done.
We got to go to B.
We stacked up on B.
Range B with the rest of us, belly boys.
Down
Two. 204, 205.
Okay. I'm down to 195, 92 from 210.
I started at 237.
Like I look in the mirror, I was like, I lost 14 pounds. I still look like this. What the crap?
It's amazing. Like I didn't really look. I didn't feel like I started looking any different. My wife said she saw a little bit in my face.
Yeah.
But I really just noticed my clothes. Like I had to go out and buy new 34 pants.
Yeah.
And shit like that. But
Just feel more comfortable.
and now my shirts are larges instead of extra larges.
I'm right down to about a 36.
I need a large .2. Like they're just a little
Big
bit.
abdominal muscle. It's just openly large.
That's
Yeah.
what it is. Yeah.
We call that a cake.
I noticed that.
I went to therapy one time. I told this therapist, I said, I have a 6-pack. She said, yeah, you do. It's just in there quite a bit.
It's underneath. So I told my wife I had a salad last night with my steaks. I'm good for the week. She said, "Yeah, I can tell you that." So,
My key weight loss was all about fasting and figuring out that. And once you have to understand what fasting is, a lot of people don't. The best rule I can tell you with fasting is it's water and black coffee only. You don't drink any. You can't consume anything else in fasting. You can't put diet drinks. You can't put Splenda. You can't put lemon in your water. You can't anything. It's
All right, folks, listen up. If you've already got your 4Xs, don't feel sad. We are signing up for Resurrection now. So go see Billy Sue over there by the trailer. She's getting signed up for Resurrections. Resurrection signups will end after the first round of men tomorrow. So you still have time in the morning. So if you're still in, keep shooting. But just to let you know, we are signing up for Resurrection.
Can everybody sign up?
Uh-huh.
Is everybody able to shoot the Resurrection?
Anybody can shoot Resurrection as long as you're out. You can't shoot Resurrection.
You got to be
in
out.
the fight. Yep, you got to be out.
That kind of stinks.
It does, because then if you go out,
Well, then you're sitting around forever.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think everybody should get shoot the Resurrection.
well, I'd like to do a racket match. That takes forever. Then you got to pull.
Yeah, Louisiana let everybody shoot it.
But see, listen here. Then you try to hold itself up here just a little bit,
We had chandeliers above our shooting lanes in Louisiana.
Y'all fancy stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty. Nice carpet.
I'm trying to. You want to do 8 rounds today?
You almost really don't have a choice. You got to get the 8.
I want to get that. Well, we're running both ranges now, so
It'll go.
we're gonna keep it rolling because the ladies.
You making is all the 3s shooting?
You and the ladies are done.
Is all the 3Xs shoot against 3Xs at this point?
I have no idea. Whatever that computer draws.
I didn't know if the computer kind of paired them up that way. That way you're dropping people out quicker.
We'll see how that goes.
Time the banquet starts 6.
Starts at 6 for appetizers, happy half hour, and banquet starts at 6:30.
Get out of here by 4. You're okay. Everybody's staying close. Where's the Moose? We're on the Moose Club?
Yep, go out to 460. Head like you're going to Roanoke. It ain't but a mile and a half out of town.
Open bar. They have a cash bar.
BYOB.
You can take your own alcohol into a moose.
I don't see it. I don't care.
You can't buy it. They won't have a bar.
They asked me that. I don't want the responsibility of somebody having an accident or somebody getting pulled over, getting DUI. I don't want them telling me that there was a problem. So I don't know nothing about it.
Nothing.
I know nothing. We tried that one year, and we had a couple people get out of hand. We doing that before.
I just sit with Charles, so I'm good. Kansas City Charles.
Oh, Charles City Kid?
Yeah, Charles City Kid.
You're in trouble.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm covered. He gave me a bottle of his peach the other day.
Just so you know, he can't feel anything from the waist down. So
There's a reason why.
yeah. So regardless of if he floated or not, you ain't gonna know.
He shook his bottle and he said, "You see them bubbles right there?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "This is what that means. 120 proof. Stick your finger in that."
That's good stuff. I've had some of that stuff.
No, you could drink the whole jar and need an ambulance.
Yeah. What? For a second to me? Yeah.
Buffalo Trace.
Can't get it here, Nathan.
Down south, it's everywhere. You could buy 7 bottles a day if you want.
Also, for anybody signing up for Resurrection, it is $20 a person. However, your name gets entered for a gun drawing. Okay? We are drawing a gun if you are in the Resurrection match. So we're going to put everybody, all the contestants in a bucket, pull a name tomorrow sometime, and you will get the chance to win a gun.
I would have a better chance of Xing out and getting into Resurrection than having a chance to win the gun.
I haven't decided if I'm going to move it or keep it at 15 or move it to 10 or 12 feet. I haven't decided.
Hey, let's line them up. Let's get them going.
Let's roll them out.
It's rolling. Check one. We got a mic here. All right. Stage 1. Coming to range A. Range A. Red River on 1. Piddler on 2. Flying B on 3. Hundo Lane on 4. Chuck Wagon on 5. And Long Ranger on 6. Again, my shooters. Red River on 1. Piddler on 2. Flying B on 3. Hundo Lane on 4. Chuck Wagon on 5. Long Ranger on 6. My hand judges to the line. Gray Ghost on 1. Hoot Gibson on 2. 6 Killer on 3. Smoking Gun on 4. Skagway Sam on 5. And Hateful on 6. My hand judges to the line. Gray Ghost on 1. Hoot Gibson on 2. 6 Killer on 3. Smoking Gun on 4. Skagway Sam on 5. And Hateful on 6. And I'm going to be on the other lane, so I better get the hell out of here. We're going to need a range master if we ain't got one. Chuck Wagon, you're on 5, partner. We're going to need a range master on A, and we're going to...
I'll take the range. Get somebody scorekeeper.
We need a scorekeeper on range A. Because if I ain't on this list, I must be up above, and they're going to be screaming for me any minute.
And I'm pretty sure I'm maxed out. So.
And those women up there are going to get pissy if I'm with you.
You good? You're good. I got you.
Need a scorekeeper on A.
We'll need a scorekeeper on A or an announcer on A. I can do one or the other. Here comes Ringo. He can announce. For 1 round. Two.
Yeah.
You already got go find us around? Yep, we're ready to rock.
Come on.
As I flip it over. pretty sure I had scouts. I probably just go double check. But, you know, they'll scream and yell if I'm supposed to be anyway.
Yeah, two.
Line is ready. All right, our line is ready. Here we go, gunfighters. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a 979. Lane 2 is a no hit. Lane 3 is a 401. Lane 4 is a no hit. Lane 5 is a no hit. Lane 6 is a 606. And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a 930. Lane 2 is a no hit. Lane 3 is a 412. Lane 4 is a no hit. Lane 5 is a no hit. Lane 6 is a 668. That makes the score 2-0, 2-0, and 0-2. Got a bullseye on one.
I think you gotta go to gun dock.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1 is a no hit. Lane 2 is an 867. Lane 3 is a 414. That'll give shot and win around to flying B over there in lane 3. Lane 4 was a no hit. Lane 5 was a 602. Lane 6 is a 589. That'll give shot and win around the Long Ranger over there in lane 6. Meanwhile, up on lanes 1 and 2, the score is 2-1.
All right. 3, 4, 5, 6, freeze. Line is 1 and 2. Your line is ready.
Line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. We got a no hit on 1 and an 853 on 2. That ties those two gunfighters up at 2-2. That's what it's all about. Sudden victory, sudden death, next blinking light. And here we go. The line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's an 843. Lane 2 was a no hit. That's going to give shot and win around to Red River.
Heads up, guns 1 and 6 downrange.
All right, there's your downrange command. Coming up on the line, we got your hand judges. It's going to be Ringo in lane 1, Bonsai Buckaroo in lane 2, Smoke Wagon Kid in lane 3, Sour Mash Kid in lane 4, Cooter in lane 5, and Shots Fired in lane 6. Again, your hand judges. Ringo in lane 1, Bonsai Buckaroo in lane 2, the Smoke Wagon Kid in lane 3, Sour Mash Kid in lane 4, Cooter in lane 5, Shots Fired lane 6. Just Rock and Cutter, you're hanging out. Your gunfighters in the hole.
All right. That's fine.
We need an announcer.
I'm going to shift. Or I'm going to try to shift.
All right, your hand judges is Ringo for 1. As soon as I can get an announcer, I'll be up there.
Be right there.
Bonsai Buckaroo in 2. Smoke Wagon Kid in 3. Sour Mash Kid in 4. Cooter in 5. Shots Fired in 6.
We're good. I'm going to scoot right to you. And just keep going.
Okay, good.
Oh, thank you.
Laying down on the job, I was.
That happens every now and then.
Man, load and make ready's been given.
I think there needs to be longer on the end.
Yeah, to where you flip it. And if you flip it the other way, you need 6. So,
Ready. Line is ready.
shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hit on lane 1. Lane 2 gets the target with a .642. Lane 3 is a .366 to a no hit on lane number 4. Lane number 5 finds the target with .548 to a no hit on lane number 6. Shots will go to 2, 3, and 5. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hit on lane 1. Lane 2 is a .664. No hits 3 through 6. That'll make your score 0 to 2, 1 to 0, and 1 to 0. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1 finds it with a .413 to a .619. Lane 3 is a .354 to a no hit on lane number 4. No hits down on 5 and 6. That'll make your score 1 to 2, 2 to 0, and 1 to 0. Working a gun. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a .401 to a .655. 3's a .334 to no hit on lane number 4. I'd give shot and went around a 6 killer there on lane number 3. No hits down on 5 or 6. That'll make your score tied at 2 to 2. And down on 5 and 6, you're at 1 to 0. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hit on lane 1. Lane 2 finds it with a .649. I'll give shot and went around to Hoot Gibson there on lane number 2. Down on 5, we have a .534 to a no hit on lane number 6. That'll make your score down there in 5 and 6, 2 to 0. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hits. We'll keep that score at 2 to 0. Oh, just the reset button. Apparently I did. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 5 hits that target with .530 to a no hit on lane number 6. That'll give shot and went around to Scallywag Sam on lane number 5. We've got hands up. Oh, we have a questionable hit down on lane number 5. All right, hands off guns. They're going to go down range and see. We've heard rumors there might be some knickers on the line there. I'm not sure. Maybe not.
No hit.
All right, that is a no hit. So that'll make the score back to 2 to 0. They'll do it again. Command has been given to check your firearms. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a .502, but lane 6 says no way. You're going to get it with a .430. That'll make the score 2-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits.
Pretty quick light. Very fast.
Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Still no hits. Score is still 2-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a .503 to a no-hit on lane number 6. That'll give shot and went around to lane number 5, Scallywag Sam. Skagway. What did I say? Darn Pirates. 1-6 downrange. We'll need a runner over here, please, on range A. If somebody can run this paper over to the trailer course. We'll need 4 volunteer hand judges, but coming to the line, Just Rock, lane 1 as a hand judge. Cutter, lane 2 for a hand judge. And then we need volunteer hand judges. Just Rock, lane 1. Cutter, lane 2. And then 4 volunteer hand judges. Smoking Gun's got the range. Not sure what he's going to do with it. We need Cutter. Never mind, there he is. All right, our shooters on the line. We've got Ringo there on lane 1. Bonsack Buckaroo on lane 2. Ringo, you better watch him. Smoke Wagon Kid on lane 3. Sour Mash Kid on lane 4. A lot of kids up there. Cooter on lane 5 and Shots Fired on lane 6. Command, load, and make ready has been given. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a .506, but lane 2 answers with a .492. No hits there on 3 and 4. Lane 5's a .395 to a .6110 there on lane number 6. Your shots at times went to lane 2 and 5. And the shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2's a .568. No hits, 3 through 6. That'll make your score there on 1 and 2, 0 to 2, 0 to 0, and 1 to 0. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1 hits it with a .461 to a no hit on lane number 2. We have a fat 5 even there on lane number 3. Lane number 4 is a .439. No hit on lane number 5. Lane number 6 finds it with a .650. That'll make your score 1-2, 0-1, and 1-1. And they're ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a .519 to a no hit on lane number 2. No hits on 3 or 4. Lane 5's .576 to a .701. That'll make your score 2-2, 0-1, and 2-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1 hits it with a .526 to a no hit on lane number 2. That'll give that shot one around to lane number 1 to Ringo. No hits down the rest of the board. So on 3 and 4 we'll stay 0-1, and on 5 and 6 we're at 2-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 5 hits it with a .435 to a no hit on lane number 6. That'll give shot and went around to Cooter there on lane number 5. No hits on 3 and 4, by the way. I skipped right on over them. All right, shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hits. I skipped right on over them. Maybe it's more important. You know, hit the target.
Pretty consistent. Baggett must be tired because we don't want to do this.
Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 3 is a .399 to a no hit on lane number 4. That'll make your score 1-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 3 finds it with a .415 to a no hit on lane number 4. That'll make your score 2-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 3 is a no hit. Lane 4 is a .449. He's still in it. That'll tie these guys up at 2-2 on 3 and 4. Next blinking light's a winner. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 3 don't hit it, and lane 4 answers with .489. That'll give shot one around to Sour Mash Kid there on lane number 4. All right, downrange command has been given. 1 and 6 is going to go down and roll those targets. We'll need 2 volunteer hand judges, so if somebody's shooting can hang around and help hand judge lane 1 and 2. We need 2 volunteer hand judges. There's 1. 1 or 2. Thank you.
Ringo might be hanging out.
I doubt it.
Possibly.
All right, come to the line. We'll have Just Rock on lane 1 and Cutter on lane 2. And we've got our hand judges.
Let him take it. Don't fight it. Right?
Go rest, Ringo. All right, command load and make ready's been given. A little wind noise across the mic. right, line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits.
The rain's gone.
Yeah. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a .598. Lane 2's a .466. That'll give that shot to lane number 2, making the score 0-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a .505 to a no hit on lane number 2. That'll tie them up at 1-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits. A little loud. Bad when I blow myself up.
Mike's touchy. Again, you're the only person I can hear on it. Everybody else is talking like that.
Right. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1's a .526 to a no hit on lane number 2. That'll make your score 2-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 1 hits it with a .571 to a no hit on lane number 2. That'll give shot and win around to Just Rock on lane number 1. Downrange command's been given. They're going to go down and roll the targets, and I think we're going to run the next round. If we can get a runner to range A.
I don't think we got anything to do now, so I can run it.
Man, he's here. Thank you.
I think you're off duty for a minute.
Yeah, I'll just sit here. Nothing else to do.
Yeah, I would call.
I'll just sit here. Nothing else to do.
You out now?
Yeah.
I just hadn't taken my gun off. Yeah.
Hold it down after the rain.
I'm just not shooting good this weekend.
I'm not even signing up for the resurrection.
I wasn't going to, and then I thought about it because I'm gonna come either way tomorrow. So I was like, I'll probably shoot it. But, right. I mean, honestly, when he said that, I was kind of like, well, I mean that, you know, who do you normally shoot with? Oh, okay, Grandview. I just haven't been to anybody's matches in so long.
I've missed a bunch this year. I mean, they've only done the good two so far this year.
Right. Well, and you know, since we bought Old Dominion back, what, 2-3 years ago, I mean, I shoot our matches at my house, but it's hard for me to take the other time weekends and go. And I mean, I would love to.
Yeah, it's hard to stack up. Like I know there are people doing like three weekends. I'm like, that's too many weekends.
Well, and you know, I used to do that. I mean, I used to shoot Old Dominions. I would go to New River. I would go to Powhatan. I would go to. But actually, I take it back. I didn't go to Powhatan a lot. But I'd come to Bedford, and it was just, and that's back when I was shooting. And we was traveling. We'd go somewhere every weekend. Finally, I didn't shoot for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I mean, I just,
Yeah.
I probably stopped for 4 or 5 years, and then I decided, you know, I got my ring go. So let's bring back Old Dominion. Now that I bought a house and I've got a place to put the ring, so
It just doesn't take long. Like I was shooting in the 5s and 6s in the fall and just the winter break. And now I'm like every one of them. But that far off, I'm up. No matter how it's turned.
what aggravates me is before I stopped shooting, I was consistent in the 5s. I could shoot 5s all day long, and if I pushed, I could be in the 4s. I haven't seen a 4 and since I've come back.
Cracked 4-1.
I mean, I can get in the low 5s, like 505, but I just have not seen a 4 since I've come back to shoot.
This week I cracked 5. That's everything else has been 6s and 7s.
Well, and really, that's really, I mean, when I've seen a 5, it's really nothing.
Yeah.
Something I normally hit, and it's like.
I'm doing just a lot of missing.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of missing, and I'm kind of slowing down a little bit to try to.
And I feel bad about that. Like that gets in your head and slow down. Like when I hit a 7, man.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be that guy.
Well, and the thing is, like, you're not necessarily doing it because you're shooting a slower shooter. You're just doing it simply so you can hit.
Just to get on the board. Just because I'm tired of having 22 after one.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah. I did not shoot well. And actually, I told my wife, she asked me the other day, she goes, you don't make it to Sunday, you're going to shoot. And I said, at that time, I'm like, no. I said, well, I guess it depends on how I'm shooting. But, like I said, I plan on being here tomorrow, so I may go ahead and shoot it just because I'm here. Yeah. Yeah. I was a little back and forth on that because I was like, I mean, if we end at 3,
right?
I'm like, I'm not driving home. It's almost, 50 minutes, maybe,
Yeah.
I'm like, basically an hour home. I'm like, I'm not going to drive home. Like, what am I going to do from 3 to 3:30 or even 4? I mean, 4 to 6. I'm going to change the clothes, though, because if it was going to pour rain all day, I'm like, I don't know how wet I'm going to be. I don't. Well, it's like I bought some beers with me, but I'm like, I can't drink so much. I got to drive home. And I drive 122 pretty much all the way there. And every now and again, they'll run a couple of a checkpoint here or there on 122. So I don't want to take the chance of tonight being one of those nights they have a checkpoint set up. I may, if we end early enough, I may run up there to Western Ways. I haven't been there in a while. I'll find something for you. Drink the 3 beers I bought and not have anything to list.
You got plenty of hours there.
Yeah, I'll be here until the round comes back. Sir.
Still got 33 people. No people quit.
Unfortunately, I did. I tried to help the cause. All right, we've got the next round drawn up. Everyone listen up. Of course, go and check the board. Make sure what range you may be on because we have split them in. Shooters coming to range A. Shooters coming to range A. Lane 1 will be Charles City Kid. Lane 2, Grim. Lane 3, GW Salinger. Lane 4, Arc. Lane 5, Snake. Here we go. Pliskin. Pliskin. I had such a hard time with that yesterday, and he's back again today.
He's like,
oh, I'm here.
Can't get rid of him. All right, and Hoot Gibson on lane 6. Again, shooters come to the line. Charles City Kid, lane 1. Grim, lane 2. GW Salinger, lane 3. Arc, lane 4. Snake Pliskin, I'm getting there. Lane 5. Hoot Gibson, lane 6. Hand judges come to the line. Lane 1. Smoking Gun. Shots fired, lane 2. Flying B, lane 3. Scallywag Sam on lane 4. Lane 5, Johnny James. Lane 6, Sour Mash Kid. That's your hand judges coming to the line. Shooters in the hole on range A. Shooters in the hole. Spanky, lane 1. Jess Rock, lane 2. Shenandoah, lane 3. Shane, lane 4. And Cooter, lane 5. That is your shooters in the hole. Over here, shooting. Shooters come to the line. Charles City Kid on lane 1. Grim on lane 2. GW Salinger on lane 3. Arc on lane 4. Snake Pliskin on lane 5. And Hoop Gibson on lane 6. That is your shooters.
Willie! Call Charles City. Tell him he's up.
Charles City Kid, lane 1. We'll also need a range master over here, please. And your hand judges will be Smoking Gun, lane 1. Shots fired, lane 2. Flying B, lane 3. Scallywag Sam, lane 4. Johnny James, lane 5. And Sour Mash Kid on lane number 6. Looks like I got a range master heading this way also. Charles City Kid, you're down here on lane 1, sir. Lane 1. You're shooting lane 1. Oh, there went the papers. Who are we missing? We missing anybody? All right, command load and make ready's been given. You're in the hole. Oh.
Since I'm on 5, there's no one on 6. Am I in a buy?
Probably. I read it off and don't even think. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, man, I might get lucky.
You are normally lucky.
With Shenandoah and Shane. Shenandoah just beat me with all 3 6s. 360s.
Yeah, but Shane don't normally miss.
Oh, yeah, he don't.
Well, he gave me a chance to win, and I still blew it. I shot all the first 3 and no 4. So.
Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hits, 1 through 3. Lane 4 finds it with a .580. No hit on lane number 5. Lane number 6 is a .616. Shots that time went to lanes 4 and 6. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hits, 1 through 3. Lane 4 hits that target again with a .547. No hits on 5 or 6. Score is 0-0, 2-0. I'm sorry, 0-2, and 0-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hits on lanes 1 or 2. Lane 3 is a .467. Lane 4 is a .536. No hits on 5 or 6. Your score will be 0-0, 1-2, and 0-1. And the shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Lane 1 hits it with a .637 to a no hit on lane number 2. No hit on lane number 3. Lane number 4 is a .538, and that should give shot and win around to Arc there on lane number 4. Down on 5, we have a .941, but lane 6 answers with a .669. That'll make your score 1-0 and 0-2. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Lane 1's a .660 to a no hit on lane number 2. Lane 5 finds it with .862 to a no hit on lane number 6. That'll make your score 2-0 and 1-2. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hit on lane 1. Lane 2 finds it with a .456. Lane 5 hits it with a .868 to a no hit on lane number 6. That'll make your score 2-1 and 2-2. Tied up down there on lane number 5 and 6. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Lane 1 hits it with a .660, but lane 2 answers back with a .437. Down on lane number 5, we have a .901 to a no hit on lane number 6. That'll give shot and win around to lane number 5, Snake Pliskin down there. We're getting there. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hits. And they are tied up there on lanes 1 and 2. They are tied at 2-2. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hits. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hits. Nerves got them going. Two to two. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hits. No change in score. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hits.
All right, that was miss number 5. It cost you $1 a shot now.
Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. There's $1 in the pot because there was no hits. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. There we go. No hit on lane 1. Lane 2 finds the target with .480. That'll give shot. Okay, that'll give shot. Went around to Grim, I think, on lane number 2. He had to finish it out with a little bit of commotion there.
It's up good. 1 and 6 downrange.
Downrange command's been given.
That's going to turn around and hand judge 125.
If everyone can just hang out or turn back around, we'll need some volunteer hand judges. Coming to the line to shoot, we'll have Smoking Gun. I couldn't read there for a minute. Let's see, we have some hand judges, don't we, that we can use?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll need a couple volunteers, but we won't need everybody. All right, coming to the line, Spanky, lane 1. Just Rock, lane 2. Shenandoah, lane 3. Lane 4 will be Shane, and lane 5 is Cooter. That's your hand judges. Come to the line. Again, Spanky, lane 1. Just Rock, lane 2. Lane 3, Shenandoah. Lane 4, Shane. Lane 5 is Cooter. And we'll need 1 volunteer hand judge, please.
Got it.
Got it. Sweet.
And then ask the guy shooting to turn around and hand judge.
Yeah. Should be good. We got everybody on. Is anybody Cooter?
Nope. Looks like they're all there. Yeah, Shane's there. Shane
All right, on the line shooting. We currently have. We have Smoking Gun on lane number 1. Shots fired on lane number 2. Flying B there on lane number 3. Scallywag. Sam there on lane number 4. Johnny James on lane 5. And Sour Mash Kid. Well, yeah. I was just going down the list. Load and make ready. Yeah, I was just killing time. Oh, you just got to scream real loud over top of me.
Maybe.
Probably not. I'm just trying to keep it entertaining. I'll sing next.
Oh, God, please don't.
Won't charge for me to stop. We're gonna make some money over here.
All right, your shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a .378 to a no hit on lane number 2. Lane number 3 is a .408 to a no hit on lane number 4. No hits down on 5 or 6. Shots that time with lanes 1 and 3. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hit on lane 1 or 2. Lane 3 finds the target with a .409 to a no hit on lane number 4. No hit on lane number 5. Lane 6 a .466. That'll make your score 1-0, 2-0, and 0-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 1's a no hit. Lane 2 finds it with a .681. Lane 3 is a .447. That beats out the .485 on lane number 4. No hits still down there on 5 and 6.
Win the flying B.
That'll give shot. Went around to flying B there on lane number 3. On 1 and 2, we still have a gun battle going on there, tied at 1-1. And down on 5 and 6, we're at 0-1.
All right, 3, 4, 3, 1, 2, 5, and 6.
Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hits. No change in score. Same. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Lane 1 is a miss. Lane 2 is a .692. No hits down on 5 and 6. That'll make your score 1-2 and 0-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hit on lane 1. Lane 2 finds the target with .704. That'll give shot. Went around to shots fired there on lane number 2. Down on lane number 5, we have .440 to a no hit on lane number 6. That'll tie them up at 1-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Lane 5 finds it with a .448 to a no hit on lane number 6. That'll make your score 2-1. Also, don't go far, everybody. We'll need some volunteer hand judges. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. No hits. Sounded painful. That'll keep your score at 2-1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters set. Lane 5 is a .445. Lane 6 is a .459. That'll give that shot and went around to lane number 5 to Johnny James. Downrange command's been given. All right, coming to the line. We'll have Spanky on lane 1, Just Rock on lane 2. We'll be shooting a bye on lane 3 with Shenandoah. Lane 4 is Shane, and lane 5 is Cooter. We'll need 5 volunteer hand judges, please.
I need a runner.
We need a runner on range A, if anybody can run to the scoring table for us. Oh, Grimm's here. He'll just take it. All right.
Yeah, this ought to shorten up a bunch. There's a bunch of 3s in there.
Yeah, this ought to cut a field.
Five round on 3, 4, and 5.
All right. Got a bye round being shot on 3, 4, and 5. Regular round on 1 and 2. Winner of that bye round will shoot this round. Oh, well, actually, he'll go take a break. Losers will shoot this round. They're loading them up. Spanky seems to be ready.
Spanky's only got 2 extra. We may make the mag soon. Oh, they're shooting over there. Shooting on 2.
Yeah.
All right, everybody ready. Line is ready.
And the shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hit on lane 1. Lane 2 is a .596. No hits on 3 and 5. That'll give that shot of that bye round and win to .559.
Cooter.
No. Lane 4. Oh, never mind. No.
Oh,
Shane.
I'm sorry.
How to give that shot to Shane? He's already running off the line. We should have just looked up to see who was running. All right, so we're putting Cooter on lane number 4. That'll leave Shenandoah on lane number 3. We have a hit on lane number 4. Range master said to check your guns. And Shenandoah is taking the opportunity to put some bullets in his gun. Something about it being a necessity, I'm not sure.
Line is ready.
Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hits, 1 through 3. Lane 4 is a .404. That'll make your score 404. Yeah, lane 4 is 404.
Oh,
Yep.
I thought you said 3.
That'll make your score 0 to 1 and 0 to 1. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hits, 1 through 3. Lane 4 is a .498. There's hands in the air. Got a boot shot. Lane 2. That'll give that round to Spanky there on lane 1. But we still have a gun battle going down on 3 and 4 against Shenandoah and Cooter.
Boot shot is what? Safety violation?
77.
Boot shot 77. Who did that? Wrong. Guess wrong.
And sorry. And the line is ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hits.
Okay, what do I touch for Spanky?
22.
It's hard for me to say anything. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. No hits. But I'm sure they're missing fast. The score is 0 to 2. And the shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 3 finds a target with the .405 to no hit on lane number 4. That'll make your score 1 to 2. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set.
Yeah, that sounds like, oh, it is one shot.
No hits. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters. Set. Lane 3, it's a target with .393 and a .400 on lane number 4. That'll tie these gentlemen up at 2 to 2. Next blinking light's a winner. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. No hits. Shooters are ready. Shooters on the line. Shooters, set. Lane 3 hits it with a .390 to a .464. That'll give shot and went around to Shenandoah on lane number 3. That was some fast shooting right there. And if we can get and there's a bullseye on lane number 4. Downrange command's been given, and we've got a sheet that needs run back to the scoring table, but Graham's coming this way, so and he's now running this way. You don't have to run unless you really want to.
This is the end.
See how many went out. We might draw and do one more round.
All right.
As soon as I figure out.
One, I think, went out.
I'm okay. You need water?
No, I'm okay.
All right. They're going to see what they do. They might draw another round, so don't go far.
You want one water?
No, sir. I'm good.
Make sure you stay hydrated, man. It means a lot more when you get to be my age. You stay hydrated while you're young. Your kidneys last a lot longer.
I've actually drank a whole lot more water today than I did yesterday, so I've done better today than yesterday.
My telltale sign is if my urine has any color at all, I haven't drank it. Because for my health reasons, I got to stay extremely hydrated. And I do a lot. But I drink a lot of water.
I used to be really good about drinking a lot of water. I've done that the way I don't drink as much as I should. But I still drink a lot. I mean, I normally carry a Yeti jug with me. I'll fill that thing up 3-4 times a day. But if we got one more round, see what they do.
That was 7.
That was 7.
This is today. What time is it?
So really 3 o'clock, which I think he wants to stop at 3 or 4 or something. Might as well shoot any more, unless it's not enough paper, or unless I'm out either way.
Oh my! I can't believe I Shane got my. I just man,
I can't believe it.
he missed a couple times, and I missed.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have just kicked my ass and slowed down a little bit.
I can't believe how bad I suck this weekend. But you know, I guess every now and again you have those days.
Yeah, I can't believe how bad I shot in the last 2 years. I shot better right after chemo and radiation than I.
That's what I was telling ANRT. I'm like, you know, before I mean, I took a couple of years off not to, but dude, I was so burnt out. I was every weekend in the street and traveling. So before I stopped, so I could get in the 4s and I was normal shooting in the 5s. I said, now I'm like, I'm lucky if I.
You got 23 men left. Most of them, a lot of them have 3 exits. So we're done for the day.
All right. That will finish us up for the day.
Yeah, and one more round and you could have been just about done. You only had to
Get
kill
less
one
people
round.
shooting more than
So that'll finish us up for the day. Sounds like we got 23 men left. So I guess we'll pack it up and we'll see everybody at 6 o'clock at the Moose Lodge or the Elk Lodge or the whatever lodge. One of those.
I hope you go to the Moose and not the Elk. You miss dinner.
Yeah, make sure you go to the right lodge or you might not have dinner.
Turn the camera off.